Hurts takes the snap. He's back. The rush comes. He's going to run. He fakes out one man. He dives. He has the first down.
Beautiful.
Well, it wasn't beautiful the whole night. Maybe that particular play, Merrill Reese on the call, you heard it right here on 97.3 ESPN as the Eagles hold off the Cowboys last night. What's up, everybody? It's a Friday edition, a happy hour Friday edition of the Sports Bash live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. I'm your host, Mike Gill. PG is my on-site producer.
1-0, baby. 1-0.
And Josh Henning is back in the Ocean Casino Resort studios of 97.3 ESPN. Yeah, Pete, you just said it. 1-0, 1-0, and I don't care how you get there. I did warn people that this Cowboys team is different, that this Cowboys team is better than they were last year. I know, they're easy to laugh and point fingers out. They traded Micah Parsons, and everybody snickered at it. But one of the things that I said all week long was they had a lot of injuries last year. They dealt with a ton of injuries, and you saw their offense in the first half. But listen, there's a lot into this. Are the Cowboys better as an overall team? Maybe, maybe not. I mean, losing Micah Parsons, let's not act like that's just like a nobody. But they did do a good job against the run late in the game. The Eagles could not run that game out last night. That's a situation where late in the game last year, they would turn around, they would hand the ball off to Saquon Barkley, and their offensive line would take care of business and run that game out. And they could not do that last night, which put the ball into the hands of the Cowboys, who just could not make a play. CeeDee Lamb had drop after drop after drop. If CeeDee Lamb catches a ball or two, we might be talking about a loss to the Dallas Cowboys tonight. The Cowboys are a different team defensively. Without Micah Parsons, they're different. Offensively, that's a better team. They are a better offensive team than the team they were a year ago. But I will say this. The start of the game was an absolute bizarre situation, something we've never seen before. Number one, Ben Van Sumeren gets hurt on the opening kickoff. He's down on the ground, and you can see the frustration in his face that here's this guy who got hurt last year, and he realizes, I worked my ass off to come back, and I now have a role on this team, that I am the fullback. And we were going to see some wrinkles of what he was going to add to this offense. And then that page got ripped out. And as he's sitting there in agony waiting for the cart to come get him, this whole situation kind of takes over the game. I mean, it was the game, the whole soul of that game got taken over. And the whole soul of the damn day today is going to get taken over by this, because Jalen Carter gets ejected for spitting on Dak Prescott. Now, I don't know what took him so long to wait until after the weather delay to finally say, oh, and by the way, Dak Prescott also spit towards Jalen Carter. Now, it wasn't nearly as egregious. It wasn't nearly as, hey, you know, bleep you and I'm spitting at you.
It was savvy. It was a savvy spit.
He did it to try to provoke a guy who is provocable. The way that Dak spits, it's more of a playful kind of, and he says, listen, we'll hear from Dak Prescott in a minute here. We do have that sound, because I want to kind of set this whole thing up, because, quite frankly, I don't know where this is going to go. Is Jalen Carter going to get suspended? Are they going to look at that and say, hey, he didn't play in that game? That's the suspension. Are they going to do it to where the Eagles are going to say, forget what the league does, we're going to suspend him? And you can vote right now at 973 ESPN. What do you think should and will happen with Jalen Carter? Right now, a lot of votes coming in on that. You can text in as well at 609-403-0973. This is the question. How should the Eagles discipline Jalen Carter for the spitting situation? It's over with? Suspend him for 1 or 2 games? Suspend him 3 games or longer?
Oh, jeez.
Where are you voting?
I would go a game.
1 game.
I know the game's against Kansas City, Super Bowl rematch.
You believe he has to miss that game?
I mean, I don't care who they play. I think to send a message to Jalen Carter, really. I mean, this is all about Jalen Carter. You got to send a message to him. That's unacceptable. You did some stuff last year. We know about your past at Georgia, and that stuff follows you. It's followed him all throughout his career at the Eagles. It doesn't get brought up until it needs to get brought up, but he does have skeletons We saw it last year on the sidelines with Sirianni and in the Pittsburgh game. You got to send a message.
How does the narrative change at all because of what Prescott did?
It does.
Like, did you watch the video of Prescott and say, well, now that she's – because I will say this. When Carter does what he does and you see that first, all anybody is saying, they're calling him a scum, worse, low life, any derogatory word of not being a very high-class individual that you could think of was being used to describe a player that's on your team that you root for. And you're saying, I cannot condone what the player on my team did. Now, what he did is absolutely disgraceful. To spit on another human being, regardless. The guy spits right in your face. In that situation, sadly, you have to take it. Sadly, right? You have to take that. Now, he didn't spit in Jalen Carter's face. He kind of this is what
Carter was looking for a fight, though. I believe you saw Carter. He kind of went across the line of scrimmage, right? He kind of went towards the huddle, trying to talk some trash. Carter was looking for something.
Well, this is what Dak Prescott said about the whole situation. Let's take a listen. This is Dak Prescott's side of the story when the video then came out after the weather delay. I don't know how it took that long to get that side of the story out there. But once that happened, this is what Dak Prescott said.
I probably spit 1,000 times throughout the game, especially game day, maybe even in general, and something I guess I'm not proud of. But in that case, he was trolling, I guess you could say, trying to mess with Tyler Booker. I was just looking at him. I was right here by the two linemen, and guess I needed to spit, and I wasn't going to spit on my lineman, and I just spit ahead. But I would say he was back there where Jory was in that sense, and he asked, "You trying to spit on me?" And at that point, I mean, I felt like he was insulting me. Like, I wouldn't spit on somebody. I'm damn sure not trying to spit on you. Like, we're about to play a game. I'm wondering why you're trying to mess with the rookie. And so when I stepped through, I actually said the words like, "What the hell would I, excuse me, but I'm probably even more colorful. What would I need to spit on you for?" And he just spit on me in that moment, and it was more of a surprise than anything.
So that's Dak Prescott's side of the story. He says, I spit thousands of times throughout the night. Now, you see the video, it's very odd. He spits and he has like this maniacal laugh.
That's worse accountability than what Jalen Carter did last night, by the way.
Well, here's what Jalen Carter's side of the story is.
Jalen, when it happened, were you like in a fit of rage, or what was your?
No, I was calm. I walked off the field calmly. I was not mad. That's pretty much, I couldn't really do nothing else. The rough decision is the rough decision.
So he essentially, walking off the field, said, I wasn't mad. I respect the decision. And I got to be honest with you. Listening to Jalen Carter, obviously he had the whole game. Someone had to talk to him. I thought he did answer the questions pretty well afterwards of like, I'm taking accountability. I hurt my team. I embarrassed my family. All of those things. He did say the right thing. He didn't try to say, well, he spit first. It wasn't the dog ate my homework.
Dak was pretty much just lying, right? I mean, you don't believe that for a second, that Dak says he spits 1,000 times a game and he wasn't spitting in the direction of Jalen Carter. He didn't want to spit on his offensive lineman. Do you really believe that?
You don't believe that Dak's telling the truth?
No, not in that clip. No way.
So if Dak is basically the person who coerced Jalen Carter here, do the Eagles take Jalen Carter's side of the story and say, you served your punishment, that's it?
No, because the reality is that you just can't respond that way. It doesn't matter what Dak said. It doesn't matter what Dak's intention. Dak could have walked up to Jalen Carter after spitting his direction. Carter said, "Why you spitting at me?" Dak could have dropped about 20 different expletives we can't say on radio and insulted his mother. You still don't spit at the guy in return. Like, you shove the guy. You yell at his face. There's a million things that we would do, right? If we were in a situation, if we're heated, right? There's never a point in time where any of the rest of us are like spitting at somebody.
And isn't this about Jalen Carter and his history, right?
Well, the history thing, I got to tell you guys, I feel like that's
with him, though.
But that's been misinterpreted, because
has he ever spit on someone before?
Well, first of all, no, he's never.
If there is one player on the Eagles that's going to spit on someone, who's it going to be? Who would you handicap?
I would never think anybody would spit on anybody.
I was to say, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen someone stand up in the middle of a football game or before a game even started and hock a loogie on the guy's chest.
And that's how over the line it is, right? That's how over the line Jalen Carter stepped yesterday.
Well, I will say, when you saw the video of what he did, because you even heard Mike Tirico. He's like, whoa, like they just threw Jalen Carter out of this game. You're like, what did he do? And then someone's like, he spit on Dak Prescott. You're like, wait, what? So you could not even come to terms with this, that a player on, and forget the Eagles, any team, spit on another player. You're thinking there's no way. And then they have video of him spitting on the player. So the whole time you were 1,000% saying Carter is a low life and he should have been suspended. No one was arguing any other way than he's
you mean
in
kicked
the
out of the
route.
game?
Exactly. Ejected.
Yeah.
And then you saw after the weather delay. Again, I don't know what took so long for them to show that side of the story. Now, I don't know that that changes anything because it's always the second guy, right?
Correct.
The instigator. They have a penalty in hockey called the instigator penalty.
Right.
You know, the other guy who started this whole thing. But there's no way that Jalen Carter unprovokedly spit on a person, or you're thinking you could see him doing that.
If there was one player on the team.
Wow.
I mean, it's Jalen Carter.
I think that's unfair, man. I mean, what is it in his history that leads you to think that way?
Last year, he almost got into a fight with the head coach. He had to be held back.
That doesn't make him a spitter.
No, but he has a history.
Is there a second? We found out there was a second spitter. Right.
And I don't know.
It was McDowell.
I don't know how over the line it is to spit on a football field during the game.
On the field. By the way, so last night I saw Prescott in shotgun and he's spitting before he's taking the snap. So maybe he does spit just throughout the game. I'm not a spitter. I don't spit like in any situation. Period.
I mean, if you have Gatorade or something, that's fine.
That's your time.
Yeah, that's my time to do.
Yeah, I'm a very rare spitter, but I do know people who are constantly. Remember Jason Garrett? He was always pulling the microphone away, the headset away from his mouth, and like he was just constantly spitting all the time. Look, this is ridiculous. The fact that it's gotten to this. But let's hear what Jalen Hurts said, because Jalen Hurts is the cool, calm, collective. He never gets up. He never gets down. He never gets annoyed. I haven't heard this bite yet, but we're going to hear it for the first time because I know a lot of people were probably asleep during all the post-game analysis and paralysis by analysis. But here is what Jalen Hurts said about Jalen Carter getting ejected.
I have had a conversation with him, and, we're on the same page. And so I know what type of player he is. Everybody knows what type of player he is, and, something that we all can learn from. There's a sense of accountability and everything, and I know he's done that. And so it's just something that we all can learn from, right? It's only a wise man will make a mistake and not look back on it and learn from it. An unwise man. So you got to look at those things and be able to take something away from it, and, we will.
The wise man will take something from the mistake and learn from it. This is what Jalen Carter said, quote, "That's a mistake that happened on my side, just won't happen again. I feel bad for just my teammates and the fans out there. I'm doing it for them. I'm doing it for my family also, but for the fans. They show me the most love. You heard them. To not be able to start the game, finish the game, it bleeped me up. We'll get it better. It won't happen again. I can make that promise."
That's not good enough.
You're saying
it won't happen again.
I was going to say, just saying that, is that not good enough?
No.
Because the only thing I will say that I will at least give, I'm not giving him leniency for spitting on another human being, but what I am saying is I am super glad to hear that he did not say, well, he spit at me first. Well, he did kind of insinuate, hey, when you guys see the other side of the story, it'll make a little bit more sense. But he didn't go like, hey, I'm blaming that guy for my actions. No, he said, no, it's my fault. I'm in the wrong. It won't happen again, instead of pointing the finger at the other guy. Does that give anybody any better feel of, like, you know what, he stood up, he said he was wrong, it won't happen again, as opposed to, well, that guy spit at me first. Why don't you ask him?
Well, it's twofold, right, guys? It's also he stood up to the media and talked to them. Jose Alvarado gets suspended. He runs out of town.
And I will say this, where the PR guy was like, hey, guys, can you give him a little space? And he's like, no, I'm okay. I'm here to answer questions. Like, he knew it. I messed up.
He owned it.
And I got to make this thing. Now, I guess the question is, number one, will the league do anything and suspend him? Will the league look at Prescott and even factor that into the decision? Or does the league say, I don't need to get Prescott involved in this. Carter already missed a full game. We're done with this. How does this happen? What happens here?
Well,
I
guys,
think
it's
the league's going to leave it up to the Eagles.
And how, by the
do
way,
something.
so the poll question is up. How should the Eagles discipline Jalen Carter? It's over with. Suspend him for 1 or 2 games. Suspend him for 3 games or longer. Let's check it out. PG, your vote is suspend him for 1 or 2 games?
Well, yeah.
I'll click
One.
on that one here.
One.
Let's get the results. Right now, 77% think it's over with. 16% say suspend him for 1 or 2 games. And 6% say suspend him for 3 games or longer. I would imagine those are the Cowboys.
You can't brush it under the rug. It's over with until it happens again. Well, not the spitting, obviously, but until something detrimental to this team happens again. Whether Go ahead, Josh.
I got to say, I strongly disagree with the suspending him thing for 2 reasons. One, there's no precedent in football history for a guy getting suspended for spitting. Number 2,
It's never happened before.
suspending the guy hurts the team. You got to find him game checks. You got to say, Jalen, for the first 2 games of the year, you're not getting a dime. You got to take money out of his bank account. That's
Guess
how you
what?
punish him.
6 months from now, you're going to have to pay that guy a lot of dimes. And I think that you need to get this guy in check and really mature him.
Yeah, you get him in check by taking the money out of his pocket. Be like, bro, you're not getting
suspend him for a
paid.
game.
But then you're hurting your team. That's the problem. You're lucky you could argue you won the game last night. You were down 14-7 early
And that's on Jalen Carter, though.
But now you're hurting the team. You
That's
can't
solely-
suspend a guy
he's solely
for.
responsible for why that game was close.
I can't. I'm not going to punish the team for a guy making a horrible decision.
But sometimes the horrible decision made by the player on the team is what is caused the team to get penalized. You know what I'm saying? Like you're saying, I don't want to hurt the team because he made a bad decision. But he's a part of the team, and his decision does need to be looked at.
That's why I'm saying you got to find him money. You got to take money out of his
But you
pocket.
brought up PEDs. These guys take PEDs in baseball. They get suspended. That hurts the team.
But
That's
that's
a
different.
selfish act.
That's not an on the field thing. Number 1 and number 2, there's no precedent for again where are all the incidents of people doing something like this and getting suspended.
So you're okay with brushing it under the rug?
I'm not brushing it under the rug. What?
And
Let me ask
Is
you guys.
a
this.
fine brushing it under the rug?
Yes.
So you think saying I'm going to take potentially $1 million or $2 out of your pocket is not enough?
It wouldn't be $1 million.
I don't. It'd be like
It'd be
100,000.
250,000,
Yeah,
something.
it would not be
75,000. That's the point. I mean, Pete, I agree with you there. They're not going to fine him $1 million. I mean, if he gets fined 25,000, 50,000. So, Josh, I'll turn it back to you. If he got fined and it was 25, 50, 75, 100, is that enough?
No, it's got to be like $500,000.
That's not happening.
Well,
Why not?
That's not realistic.
Why is it not realistic?
Can't remember. I mean, there's guys that get fined for a variety of things that it's nowhere near that number. When guys get fined every single week for things that they do in the
Jalen
game.
Carter's been fined. I think wasn't he suspended last year for missing a
He was
meeting or
fined.
something? He was fined.
He
So
was
there you
fine.
go.
Yeah, he was late for a meeting.
I do want to say
Okay.
this. Okay, all this spinning. And Josh, I'm looking at the text board. It looks like it's going nuts.
As
okay?
it should.
yeah.
This is what I will say. Okay, Carter gets thrown out of the game, so he is out right from Jump Street. The Eagles' game plan is obviously on defense built around having Jalen Carter. So they have to pivot on the fly and kind of decide what they want to do defensively. And it did not go well. The Cowboys went right down the field the first time. They went right down the field the second time. And then they scored again in the first half, twice on field goals. I will say this. I thought the adjustments they made in the second half, Dallas did not score. Right?
0
they
points
did
in the
not-
second half.
They had 0 points in the second
Only
half.
3 points total in the. if I'm not mistaken.
The Eagles' defense without Jalen Carter in the second half of that game, I guess in the first half of the game, you have to assume you don't have him out there. It's not going to be the same defense. You have a lot of new pieces out there. Now, we could talk about the Adoree Jackson elephant in the room here. He was dreadful last night.
But
and I
also-
have some numbers on that whole situation that seems like you can at least make a little bit of a fix here. Go ahead.
Also 0 sacks for the Eagles.
0
they did
sacks,
not
but
sack
again,
Dak
how much of
Prescott
that
once.
comes from
Jalen
not
Carter.
having Jalen Carter?
Probably
Because
60-70%.
You know, my buddy's a Cowboys fan, and I said, listen, I agree. I've been saying all along that the Cowboys are better. You know, the fact that the Cowboys were able to run the ball and the Eagles couldn't get a sack. But, you know, Then he shows me Jalen Carter's stats against the Cowboys the last couple times they played, and I'm like, dude, do you not understand how this works? A defensive tackle doesn't get stacks to begin with, number one. Number two, you're going to double and triple team that guy, so of course he's not going to get any stats.
Right guard as well.
But what happens is the other guys get stats. So when you don't have anybody to double or triple in the middle of the line, the edge rushers are now the guys that are getting doubled and triple because the Eagles don't have an interior lineman that you're going to double and triple team when Jalen Carter's not there. So that's what ends up.
You can argue that is could be a concern, the pass rush. We talked about it all summer long.
I agree, but I can't.
Milton Williams, Josh Sweat.
I can't put a ton of stock in the pass rush in this particular game because generally those pass rushers, Nolan Smith, Jalix Hunt, they are going to have more one-on-one opportunities than they would have had last night because most of the time you're getting a double team on Jalen Carter, sometimes even a triple team on Jalen Carter.
Yeah, Sal Paolantonio said it last night on SportsCenter. He said that Jalen Carter was the most double-team defensive player in all the NFL last year.
Right, so you take that out of the game, now your pass rush is a problem. And in the second half, they started to send an extra guy because they said, okay, they're not doubling Carter. We got to send someone else, and they got more pressure in the second half. Jackson was a problem. I don't know why. They did make the change to Bennett, and I thought Bennett, according to the numbers, played pretty well. And I thought he played like he gave up some receptions, but his closing speed is so evident. These are the numbers last night in coverage. Adoree Jackson, 7 targets, 5 catches, 103 yards. They were just saying, where's number 8?
And really a couple of CeeDee Lamb drops in there, too.
Where is number 8? Let's find him. Quinyon Mitchell, 9 targets, 4 catches, 30 yards. So he was letting him catch the ball in front and then making a tackle. Cooper DeJean, 3 catches, 1 catch, 3 targets, 1 catch, 0 yards allowed. Jacorian Bennett, 3 targets, 3 catches, but for 20 yards. So, I mean, he was letting him catch the ball, but Bennett's closing speed, he was up there like a bat out of hell trying to make a tackle there. I thought Bennett was clearly the better option than Adoree Jackson was.
Like on that 4th and 3 to end the game, who was on CeeDee Lamb? Do you remember that, Josh?
On the 4th and 3.
The final play of the game for Dallas.
Oh, the final play? I thought that was Bennett.
That was Bennett?
He's 23.
So on the one drop, remember the one over the middle? That was DeJean, but I think Bennett was the one on the last play.
What was the biggest play of the game? Anybody have the answer to this question?
Jalen Hurts scramble on third and long, third and, was it 4?
Strip of Miles Sanders.
That one too.
Well, 609-403-0973. What was the biggest play of the game?
Is that a rhetorical question?
I want to see if anybody is on the same page as me.
You're doing that game. Okay.
There's one play that stands out that essentially saved the game.
Well, just to give you guys some perspective.
I know what it was. Okay, go ahead, Josh.
On the audience, I got 2 texts right now on the text board. We'll get to more throughout the show, but completely different opinions on Jalen Carter for 2 different people here. Really quick. Paul from Millville says, as a lifelong Birds fan, Carter didn't just spit on Prescott. He spit on the fan base, his teammates and coaches. With emphasis on sportsmanship, Jalen Carter needs to be suspended no less than 6 games.
Whoa.
On the flip side, Phyllis, chiming in from Dennis Township, says Jalen Carter served his time. He was egged on. To have a player like Hurts already talk to him is good enough. Dak is full of bleep. He was yapping a lot. So you got Phyllis saying he already served his time. Paul from Millville says 6 games.
Yeah, and I don't even think there's a middle ground there. I can't say 3. I think 3 is probably. Although I do think the Dak nature of that infiltrated this story. If Dak did not have a role in this, I think you got to suspend him 3 games. You can't spit on another person. You can't do it.
Isn't it amazing the chain of events that took place for that to have to happen? Van Sumeren blows his knee out, and that in turn gets this whole Jalen Carter.
The other part of this is you're saying you suspend the guy for spitting on another human being 3 games if the other guy didn't spit first, or you say, the heck with it. You spit on somebody else, you're suspended. Or is it the fact that he spit and it's on video at you? I don't know what to do with that one.
I don't think the CBA has anything, any language in there about spitting on.
We'll talk to Sal Pal tonight. Sal Paolantonio is all over this story. He's going to join us at 5:15 or 5:10 with an update on what's going to happen here. And he thinks, he said it this morning, on unsportsmanlike. He thinks This is the type of thing that could prevent Jalen Carter from getting the extension from the Philadelphia Eagles.
Wow.
All right, when we come back, Mike McGarry is in on Spitgate. We'll get his thoughts on how the Eagles and the league will handle this or should handle this. Phillies won yesterday, by the way, on my drive home from Chickies yesterday.
Turner with a hit. Bryson Stott had a nice hit.
How about Harrison Bader saving that game?
Bader robs a homer.
What was the play of the game for the Eagles yesterday? Let me know. Sports Bash. We're live at Ocean Casino Resort Fanatics Sportsbook. Stop out and see us right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, we're live here at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort. You can bet all the college games this weekend. I got a play for you tonight I actually like there, PG. Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. First reaction, by the way.
Do I have to wait the whole show for that?
What?
Do I have to wait the whole show for that play?
We got the Nuggets coming up. We'll do it in the Nuggets segment. Our first reaction of the game was brought to you by First Bank of Sea Isle City. This season, score big with First Bank of Sea Isle City. From savings to mortgages, we're on your team, helping you reach the end zone. First Bank of Sea Isle City, your hometown bank, your winning play. After every Eagles game, we will give you the First Bank of Sea Isle City first reaction. And that's our first reaction of the season. A man spit on another man. What do you think?
That's true. That actually happened last night.
Did happen. I still can't believe that's the way the game started last night. All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. His appearance on the Sports Bash this football season and the Phillies season is brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source since 1911, keeping your home comfort game day ready this season. Let's bring in Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. Well, Mike, that was a inauspicious start to the season last night. You had a man down, agonizing in pain, realizing his season was probably over. And at the same time, you had another grown man spit at one grown man, and then the retort was, I'm going to spit back at you. Have you ever seen anything like it?
No, I've never seen anything like it. And, to Jalen Carter, the second guy always gets caught, and you're just going to need some more maturity and more clear thinking out of him the rest of the season. And the good thing is, as far as that goes, there's nowhere to go but up for Mr. Carter at this point. So
how does the league handle it? How do the Eagles handle it? Is it, hey, you got it, so you got caught, you got ejected, you missed the whole game, and this is over with? Or is something coming down the line? Do the Eagles handle this? Does the league handle this?
No, I think as far as the Eagles go, I think Carter gets it, and listening to his comments afterwards, I think he realizes that he can't ever do that again, or he can't put himself, or more importantly, the team, in a position like that ever again. I think he gets it. And I think the league, to me, the penalty of missing an entire game is enough penalty. I wouldn't think that you would have more, another suspension. Maybe you get a fine in there or something, but I think the penalty of missing an entire game, there's only 17 of these things, and you missed one of them. So I think that's enough of a penalty.
Like how much, at first, we only saw Carter. How much does Prescott being involved in this change this whole situation?
To me, not at all. I mean, they're jarring back and forth. Prescott kind of spits at the ground, so then Carter spits back at him. To me, that's like your mother saying to you, if everybody jumped off the bridge, would you jump off the bridge too? I mean, again, Carter has to be smarter and more disciplined than that, and think big picture, and not, less than a minute into the football game, let Dak Prescott get under his skin so much to the point where he responds the way he does. So, I don't care what Prescott said. I don't care what Prescott did. Carter was wrong, and he can't ever let that happen again.
All right, so let's see what happens. The fallout from that is we'll keep our eye on that through. I don't think they'll make a decision today. We'll see. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. How much, then, that is not having Carter change the complexion of this game for Philadelphia, who obviously they go right down the field and score. They get the ball back, Dallas. They go right back down the field and score again. They scored two more times before the half. I mean, so how much of the victory are you impressed by the fact that they lost Carter before the snap even happened?
Yeah, I mean, well, you lose your best player, in a game against a division rival. And that's why I thought everybody who, thought the game was going to be a blowout and things like that were a little crazy. This is a division rival, two teams that are familiar with, and it's a game, I recognize it's the opening game of the season, but it's almost a must-win at the opening game of the season because you can't afford to lose to a division rival at home if you plan on winning the division. And I like the way the NFL has opened up the schedule with a lot of division matchups. I think that's a good way to start the year. So, yeah, I'm impressed with the Eagles and what they were able to do last night, and I was really impressed. I thought, Mike, the difference in the game was Jalen Hurts. I've listened to a lot of national people, a lot of local people debate like how good Jalen Hurts is. And to me, that's just crazy talk. He's one of the top quarterbacks in the NFL. As a guy who has rooted against him, he's very frustrating to root against. And that was the case last night. I thought the difference in the game was how many times did, like, on a 3rd and long where you thought the Dallas defense was going to be able to get off the field, and then on that 3rd down play, they looked like they had Hurts in trouble, and he was able to buy time with his legs, extend the play, either run for a first down or make a pass for a first down. I thought Jalen Hurts was the difference in the football game last night.
Yeah, I mean, he was excellent. The 3rd down numbers, I think he was almost perfect on 3rd down for the most part. Did it with his arm, did it with his legs. But you know who he didn't do it with? A.J. Brown. And I go back to last year when, remember, A.J. had the big game and Devontae had nothing. And everyone was like, well, Devontae didn't get any catches. I don't know that this was a design or was he a decoy with that hamstring or what. But for them to win the game and A.J. Brown not to be a big part of it, I thought that was a story as well.
Yeah, and I think before we have like an overreaction Friday, let's see the way the next couple of games develop, because that part of the the way the game unfolded was kind of surprising. Not only did you have A.J. Brown with no targets, basically, but Devontae Smith only had 16 yards receiving. So obviously they got to get those two guys more involved to reach their potential as a team. Maybe it was a one-time thing. That's what I'm going to say. We'll monitor that situation down the road. But obviously, you'd like to see the 2 star wide receivers play a bigger role in the game than they did last night when their role was really minimal to non-existent.
All right, well, Mike, real quick, I mean, you take a look at one thing about Dallas. They traded Micah Parsons. They got laughed at a little bit, but the Eagles, late in that game last year, they would run the game out. They would demoralize you. Their line would beat you up, and then Dallas stood up in the 4th quarter and did not allow them to run that game out. I thought that was a big factor in keeping that game, a game where if CeeDee Lamb makes a catch, we might be having a much different tone to this discussion today.
Yeah, or if the guy doesn't fumble going in for the lead, where the Dallas has a possible opportunity to take the lead there. Campbell makes a great play, strips the ball. The Eagles get a key turnover there. Yeah, Mike, I thought going into the game, again, you heard a lot of people talking. It seems to be a lot of it centered around this. Obviously the Micah Parsons trade, a lot of it centered around this cowboy documentary on Netflix that has kind of celebrated their era of greatness in the 90s. A lot of people saying, well, that was 30 years ago. The Cowboys are irrelevant. The Cowboys have a lot of good players on that roster. And when Dak Prescott is a healthy quarterback, they are one of the better teams in the NFL. That's been their history. And if you look at the game from the Eagles' perspective, I say, okay, Jalen Hurts was, the difference in the game. 1-0, big win over division rival at home. If you look at the game from the Cowboys' perspective, you're like, we really gave that game away. If CeeDee Lamb doesn't drop 2 passes in the 4th quarter, and what he dropped, I think I saw he dropped 7 all of last year. He dropped 2 or 3 last night. The Cowboys might have pulled off that win on the road. So I think both teams kind of come out of the game feeling good about themselves.
All right, Mike, real quick. I know the Phillies did play yesterday, too, and they got a much-needed win and an impressive win with Ranger Suarez pitching his ass off yesterday. Really, Harrison Bader with a saving catch. I mean, that got lost in the sauce a little yesterday, but we saw Nola on Wednesday. We saw Suarez on Thursday. There's almost no way you could throw Aaron Nola in a playoff game, right?
No, absolutely not. Especially, we talked before his last start, and we said each one of Nola's starts is going to be an audition coming up down the stretch. Mike, I'm almost at the point after seeing him pitch, Monday night, even if he goes out and throws 2 to 3 shutouts, if I'm down 1-0 in the division series, I can't put Nola out there in all good consciousness. Right now, to me, you've got to throw the 3 lefties. It's ride or die with Sanchez, Luzardo, and Suarez in that division series. If the Phillies get the bye, they'll only need 3 starters for the division series. You've got to go with those 3 lefties. They've earned it all season long. You can't throw Nola out there in that situation. You can use him as maybe a game 4 starter or a 4th starter in the NLCS if you get that far. But as far as the division series, where if you get the bye, and the Phillies should get the bye, what are they, 2-3 up on the Dodgers with 2 weeks to play? They get the bye. It's only 3 starters. You're riding with Sanchez, Luzardo, and Suarez. Those guys have earned it over the course of the season. Those are the guys you're throwing out there.
And I don't know if you were there Wednesday night, but he sounded like a guy who has no answers. He sounded like, I don't know what to say. I got nothing for you.
Yeah, I saw the post-game interview, and it's kind of hard to watch, Mike. I mean, Aaron Nola has been a tremendous Philadelphia Philly. He is a stand-up guy. He is a good guy in that clubhouse. He is good to the media. He is accountable. He stands there, answers the question to the best of his ability. He's a good guy. He's been a mainstay on this team for years. It's hard to watch. You hope for the person that he gets it back and is able to find it. But, this just might be a lost season for him. But anyway, looking at the overall team perspective, you can't throw him out there, especially if you were to lose game 1 of the division series. You can't have your season riding on Aaron Nola and the way he's pitched this season.
He's Mike McGarry. It's the Phillies and the Marlins this weekend. We'll have more Phils later on. A lot of Eagles today, by the way. The Mets have optioned Kodai Senga to Syracuse. So they will go with some more young pitchers there. Senga to Syracuse for the Mets. They are 6 back in the East. As Mike mentioned, the Phillies are 3 games now up over the Dodgers for that number 2 seed in the National League. They sit 4.5 behind the Brewers. Mike, we'll talk to you Monday, man.
All right, we'll see you down the road. Everybody enjoy the weekend. Thank you.
And Mike McGarry's segment is brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Serving South Jersey since 1911, keeping your home comfort game day ready this season. When we come back, all right, Josh is going to pick like 3 to 5 of the best text messages that we have from the opening segment of our show. Our first reaction brought to you by First Bank of Sea Isle, and we will react to those coming up because I don't know that I've ever seen the text board this hot and heavy, man. Who's hot and who's heavy? I'm not sure.
That's another Seinfeld reference. We saw the second spitter reference last night. We get another one right now.
All right, when we come back, we read and react to your text. Get them in now, 609-403-0973. We're at Ocean Casino's Fanatics Sportsbook on a Friday. We'll be back here Monday, by the way. Well, we are here on Friday, reacting to the Eagles' opener on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 249 Sports Bash Live. We are at the Fanatics Sportsbook. Actually, if you stop out at the Fanatics Sportsbook, you can watch the show live on one of their 100 screens here. We're on the big screen right in front of us there on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Like, subscribe, share, be a part of the show. 609-403-0973. All right, Josh, let's read and react to as many texts as we can.
So I wanted to start with Mike. I want to start with Mike in Northfield. So Mike to Mike. He says, guys, I remember when Bill Romanowski spit on J.J. Stokes' face. It was still discussed as a despicable act for days. Now the news cycle moves even faster. This will hang over Carter for a very long time.
I don't know. There's a game tonight.
You think it'll move on that quickly?
Well,
because when Romanowski did it, I would imagine it was a Sunday game, so you had all week to talk about it. This game happened on Thursday. There's already a game tonight that people are going to start talking about, which then a full slate of games on Sunday that people are going to start talking about. He might be exactly the opposite. This Carter thing might be lost in the sauce by the time we get to the game tonight.
Not Carter, maybe that, but when Carter next plays a game, this is going to happen all season long, right? You're going to have guys trying to bait Carter into 15-yard penalties.
I think he's a baitable guy anyway, though, right? I mean, this isn't new. People know that he is a guy that you can goat, that you can try to.
Dak Prescott obviously knew that.
Well, it's funny you said that because Ray and EHT said that exact point. He says that, he says to him, what's wrong is that Dak had a maniacal look on his face.
He did. I said that. I said he looked like he was enjoying that.
Because he doesn't have to face Jalen Carter for 60 minutes.
He did, though. He spit. He had this laugh on his face like, I know I'm going to get you, right?
Yeah, Ray DHC wants to know why more people in the media didn't spend time talking about Dak last night.
Because, and I agree, but why did it take so long for them to find that video of him? That happened after the weather delay.
Did they have it the whole time, or a producer just thought to himself with the 40 minutes that he had?
Well, there was. Okay, I'm going to tell you why I think anyway. There was a report that started to come out, which was that there are sources saying that Prescott actually started it. And then at that point, I'm sure the producer started to go and look for any evidence of that and then found it. Because those reports I started to see were, sometime during the weather delay or maybe even right before. But you know what I'm saying? Like right before the weather delay or during the weather delay was that, hey, there are two sources confirming that Prescott did, in fact, have a role in this. And then when they came out of the weather delay, that's when they showed the video.
BC and Bowers Beach has got a question, Mike, at 609-403-0973. Says, why didn't one of the other big Eagle players, maybe like Jordan Davis, step up when they saw Carter get face-to-face with Dak Prescott? Where's the leadership that grabbed this guy?
That's discussion that we could have, right?
Well, there's two things there, though. One, I think Carter's kind of like out on his own island there, like, doing this. You're right. Where is the other guy? They don't have a veteran player on that team. Where's Brandon Graham? No longer here. Where's Josh Sweat? No longer here. Where's Darius Slay? No longer here. Where are those veteran guys? You got a second-year corner in Quinyon Mitchell. You got a second-year player in Cooper DeJean. You got a lot of young players on this team. Where is the defensive leadership? Very fair.
Anthony in Avalon, I thought this was funny. He said the punishment should be making Carter wear a Hannibal Lecter mask so he can't spit or bite. Take some money out of his pocket. Last night's game was enough of a suspension. That's from Anthony in Avalon.
The Hannibal Lecter mask would be an interesting look for him.
Another text I wanted to get to is from Ian in Northfield. He says that there should be a one-game maximum suspension. He said it's about sending a message. He said you got to tell everybody on the team in the league that this is not acceptable. Carter does not want to end up with a reputation like Romanowski or Sue.
That's where I'm at. If you're
he
going
might already have that reputation.
If you're going to give this guy $200 million or whatever he's going to make in 6 months from now, you got to get him under control.
Right now, you can vote at 973 ESPN. How should the Eagles discipline Jalen Carter for the spitting situation? Spitgate. 75% say it's over with. About 20% say suspend him for a game or two. 5% say suspend him 3 games or longer. You can vote at 973 ESPN. We'll update it throughout the show. Get on there and vote right now. Watch the show. on YouTube and the X platform, at Mike Gill Show. At Mike Gill Show. When we come back, John McMullen from Birds 365 joins us. All right, live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. The Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN. This hour is brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing, service, and installation. Call 609-390-3907. John McMullen from Birds 365 and Sports Illustrated. Sure was a late night for John, and then an early morning with Birds 365. He's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. Let's bring Johnny Mack in. And how much time did you spend on your 2-hour show this morning on Spitgate?
Quite a bit, unfortunately, but, it's one of those things where, and Jalen Carter was accountable. He talked after the game. He said all the right things, but, you got to go out there and back it up. But you can't put your teammates in that. It's pretty simple. More than anything, you can't put your teammates in that position. And you look at how much Jordan Davis had to play, how much Moro Jomo had to play. Eagles are lucky to have persevered through that. That's the worst start you can possibly have. Ben Van Sumeren's laying out there waiting for the Cards. Probably have a season-ending injury on the opening kickoff. And then Jalen Carter's getting into it with Dak Prescott. Boom, he's not going to play. That's devastating. But they won.
They did. And
the Eagles.
The fallout from what happened in the game, we'll get into that obviously, but does this go anywhere else? Is this over with? Does the league get involved? Does the team get involved? How much to you does Prescott's role factor in here?
Not much. He'll probably get fined. Yeah, I don't think he's going to get suspended. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I don't think he's going to get suspended. They'll consider that basically a suspension because he missed the entire game. And the history is with other people, unfortunately, have spit it on people. It's usually a fine. But from the larger standpoint, from the Eagles' perspective, it's, you have to understand who you are. There's a lot of talk about this offseason and what the Eagles did in a maintenance offseason. A lot of that was prepared to pay Jalen Carter. Well, you got to prove that you're worth that Micah Parsons level contract, and you're not off to a good start. You couldn't even play in week one because of something that you did. Nothing else. It wasn't an injury. It wasn't anything from the perspective of a self-inflicted wound.
I don't know where you were at the game, so I don't know if you guys even knew what was going on or how this all occurred. But, obviously they said, he spit on him. He got thrown out of the game. And then it wasn't until after the weather delay that the Prescott angle kind of came in. By the way, Prescott was a part of this as well. I agree with what you said. I thought that Carter handled it well afterwards. I'm sure he was well coached, but he did not blame Prescott he took accountability. Do you think the team will penalize him at all? This will just be a fine in your mind?
I think, you might, I've always thought it was silly, but you might bench him for a series or something like that, which is kind of dumb.
This will be behind him. He might pay a fine, but that's it.
Yeah, I think that'll be it. And that's a very college-y punishment, I would say. That's what they do in college. But, ultimately, he'll certainly, and he certainly already has been spoken to by Nick Sirianni and Big Fangio. And, and this is not the first time. That's part of the problem. He's had some issues in the past, and it gets frustrating. Even if someone is antagonized, you have to look at it from the perspective of now you're alerting people. Think about other sports. You have these people, Brandon Graham to a certain degree, when talking trash. There are certain people you can get under their skin.
Sure.
Draymond Green's a great example of that in basketball. Getting under people's skin. Back in the day, Bill Laimbeer and people like that, Rick Mahorn, would get under people's skin purposefully. If you allow them to think they can get a free 15 yards from you, some of these savvy offensive linemen are going to take their opportunity to do exactly that. So you kind of have to prove that you can handle these emotional situations, and that's got to be somewhat of a concern for the Eagles right now.
All right, so let's get into how the dominoes, kind of affected this game. He goes out before the game starts. How does that change the defense? Because obviously in the first half of that game, the defense was dreadful.
I mean, that's your best defensive player. Certainly from a talent perspective, it's your best defensive player. So, that's pretty devastating. You think about, if you lose somebody like that from injury, well, you're preparing the whole week to replace him. Your whole game plan is got Jalen Carter in it, big part of it. And all of a sudden, you're getting ready for the first play of the game, and he's gone. So you have to immediately move. And as I said, it's the first time since 2016 two Eagles defensive tackles played that much, Jordan Davis and Moro Jomo, from a percentage standpoint, because it's usually a rotational position. And then you have Byron Young. He's got to play more, and Gabe Hall also mixed in. But, those guys were at lower on the depth chart, expected to play maybe a handful of snaps, and all of a sudden Byron's got to play a little bit more. So, yeah, it affects everything. And the biggest part is, a big part of their whole plan is the interior pass rush. And, Tyler Smith was able to handle Moro Jomo. Jordan Davis is not, pass rushing is not his strength. So all of a sudden, the Cowboys are in a better, more advantageous position. It's just a big domino effect.
So, when you look at the whole domino effect, if someone says, hey, the Eagles got no pass rush last night, is that because the pass rush is a question mark? Or now do we have to say, well, Jalen Carter's not there and he takes so much attention, so can you not fairly judge the pass rush?
Yeah, I think, there's a concern. I mean, there was a concern coming into the game about the edge rushers, but I think the strength, as was supposed to be, defensive tackle, and you didn't get to see that at its optimal level. So you can make that excuse, certainly, that it'll be better when Jalen Carter's there. No question about that. But it still doesn't take away from that edge group. Doesn't look like it's good enough. And I think that's been the case since really the spring and summer.
All right, John McMullen's with us, Burst 365, looking back at the game last night. Obviously, the defense had their issues. One big issue seemingly was, where was number 8 on the field? That seemed to be a very loud scream through the hallways of the social media. Is it Dory Jackson, somebody that they have to really think about deciding to do something with? They did use Ja'Cory and Bennett, who I actually thought played pretty well. He gave up, 3 targets. He closed really quickly, made the tackles, and, whereas they seemingly were going after Jackson all day long. Was that apparent?
Well, yeah, but, I think there's a level, I think it was a little bit overstated. I mean, what Bennett came in because they were checking for Jackson for a concussion, so he wasn't benched. And if you think about right before that, he actually made back-to-back plays, and there was one PBU where Byron Young almost intercepted it, and I think the whole narrative changes if he's able to come down with that ball. But look, this fan base has got a little bit spoiled coming off of last season when you have Quinyon Mitchell playing at the level he did, Cooper DeJean, and Darius Slay. And now you only have 2, and people think it's the end of the world. I encourage Eagles fans. The Eagles played on Thursday night. Watch football tonight. You can watch football on Sunday. You can watch football on Monday night. I encourage them to watch other teams and look at their corner situations. This is something Howie brought up. You can't have 2 players like Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean and say that's a weakness. Maybe it's a weakness compared to last year because you don't have the third, but that's That's rich people problems. And Vic, they played more cover 2 than they ever have under Vic Fangio, and a lot of that was to supplement the weakness at the one corner position. But guess what? That's what you have to do.
Well, we know that's going to be. Well, I don't want to say we know. Is that going to be an evolving situation? Are they going to look at Jackson and say, "Hey"? Because he did say the leash will be kind of long. And as you said, he didn't get benched in the game last night when everybody thought, okay, they finally got him out of the game. He wasn't benched. He was out there late. So does he have a long leash, or do they think that Bennett eventually is the right player in that spot?
Well, I think ultimately Bennett's going to get an opportunity to win the job as the younger player, the faster player. They want that speed on the field. But, so ultimately that's where they want to go. But there's no evidence that he's going to be a top-tier corner. I think you're still going to have that weakness, as opposed when you compare it to last season. So, again, is it a weakness compared to the rest of the NFL? Probably not. Compared to last season's Eagles? Probably, yeah, because you're not going to be able to replace Darius Slay.
How was the Sidney Brown safety Makuba? How was that configuration last night? I know Sidney, he was down for a little bit there, but how would you say that?
No, he wasn't down, and Makuba played in the nickel. Sidney played in the base, so the Eagles are in nickel.
He was down injured on the field.
Oh yeah, but he was fine from that perspective.
I don't know if that kind of slowed him up or whatever, but those two guys got some snaps.
Yeah, and that's how they handle. So a lot of everything, Vic has made it clear very early that Cooper wasn't leaving the field this year. Last year he didn't play in the base defense. They don't play it that often, 10 snaps a game maybe, and he was going to stay on the field. In early camp, he was playing safety in the base defense. Then at the very end, they moved him to outside corner. So what they ultimately did is they played him at outside corner and Sidney Brown at safety. And when the nickel, Cooper would move inside, Adoree would come in, and Makuba would come in for Sidney Brown at safety. So that's how they handled it. Yeah, so I'm a little surprised because that's a lot of moving parts.
Makuba played 51 snaps, 84%, and it was Sidney Brown 14 snaps, 23% last night. So that was kind of the breakdown there. But, that was a spot that a lot of people were kind of taking a look at. And then you had, because they didn't have Carter, we saw so much more of the tackles. How would you kind of like Moro Ojomo? A lot of people were looking forward to what he was going to bring last night. Those two guys played 90 and 87% of the snaps. Byron Young got 22 snaps in the game last night. Then you saw Gabe Hall with only 5. But were we impressed with the tackles and what they did with Carter out?
Yeah, I thought Jordan played very well. Morrow had a tough go of it, but again, the other team had some good players, and maybe their best players, Tyler Smith. He's one of the best guards in football, and he kind of beat up on Morrow a little bit. But again, that very short conversation. He might be the strongest player in football. So I don't think that was a great matchup for Morrow, and he got beat up a little bit, but it won't be like that every week. So that's a really, really good player on the other side.
All right, let's look at some of the things on offense because obviously. They got a new coordinator. They went down the field and scored. They scored again. And then they sputtered a little bit. And, there was two things that really stood out to me. One, obviously no targets or one target for A.J. Brown. What is the hypothesis of why he was not really involved in the game last night?
Yeah, the Cowboys the Cowboys did a good job, actually, of taking away the first read, sort of what the Eagles did in the Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes, they did a really good job of taking away that first read. And then the first half, George Jalen would just sort of pull it down and run and was very effective. So I don't think it showed up. as things got to start getting muddier in the second half, I think it showed up a little bit more. They did a better job of being a little bit more disciplined in the pass rush, not letting him get out as quickly as a runner. And then it started to look a little uglier. But that's a situation where they were trying to get him the ball. There were 2 or 3 obvious instances where they were trying to get him the ball. Jalen didn't like the look. Now, maybe as the all-22 comes out, there's some throws he could have made, probably. But, yeah, I mean, they didn't throw the ball outside the numbers at all, basically, except for the one shot, and that was down the field in the seam, really, post to Jahan Dotson. I mean, they just didn't throw it outside the numbers. So similar to last year, I said this offense is going to be very similar, and it was. I mean, I don't know why everybody thinks it's going to be different. It's been this way since Nick has gotten here, really, since the 7th game of the 2021 season. This is how they play.
Well, it was good.
And they win.
Yeah, it was good to see Dotson kind of fulfill his role, right? I mean, 3 for 59, you get 20 yards a pop. That's what you kind of were hoping from your third guy, is that he can make those plays. Just, the other guys, and we anticipate that they would step up. The big thing for me, John, was Barkley in the second half. That's usually where the line takes over. They just grind it out, and they run that game out. They could not run the game out last night. Was that Dallas or Philly not the same to expect the same this year?
Well, it's one of the things where the Eagles winning the way they did last year, and I kind of talked about it a lot, and people balked and said, well, they win, they do this, they do that. But there's a very small margin of error. You hear me talk about that a lot. So if you think about it, they're trying to run out the game, and then you get 1 5-yard loss, Saquon behind the line of scrimmage, and you're behind the sticks, and the drive is basically over unless you're able to make a big play with Jalen or throwing the football down the field. So that's the point of why you want to evolve the offense, because to think you can consistently play the way they played last year is probably not a good way to go about. And I think the Eagles know that. They realize that, and that's why they constantly try to evolve the passing game. And I think they'll continue to do that. But ultimately, when a team does a good job, when a team gets that tackle for loss, well, all of a sudden, if you're ahead of the sticks like they were in the first half, because Saquon was, I thought, very effective. He didn't have the big explosive runs, but he was very effective in the first half. They were staying ahead of the sticks. As soon as you get behind the sticks, well, the running game's over. It doesn't matter who you have. It's very difficult to do. So that's sort of what happened in the second half. And that's kind of built in if you're going to play that way and you're going to try to close out games that way. Sometimes it's not going to work.
Obviously, the second half after the weather delay, you were in the building. How do you think that kind of pumped the brakes or hit the brakes on that game last night? Did that change the complexion of that game in a major way?
Well, nobody scored, so
4:44.
I mean, it was 20. It's 24-20. Jake hit the big field goal, and nobody scored. That was it. The game ended 24. So he hit that with like 8.5 left in the third quarter, and there was no more scoring. Now, Cowboys had plenty of opportunities. C.D. Lamb couldn't catch the football.
Yeah.
I mean, those are big plays that would have put Dallas in scoring position. So, sometimes it's better to be a little bit lucky than good. And that's a guy who doesn't usually drop the football like that. But we talk about sloppiness. It's not just the Eagles who don't do a lot of stuff in the preseason. It's everybody else. And Nick was talking about it after the game. You expect more missed tackles. You expect more drop passes because, You got to sort of get into the flow of the season. Now, that's a lot of people would say that's the Cowboys' best player, and he just failed them. There's no other way to look at it. That last throw was a great throw by Dak Prescott on 4th down.
Yeah.
And he should have caught it. He had both hands on it, but that's a really difficult catch. So I'm not gonna kill him for that. But the 3 other drops, just egregious.
Yeah.
And the one deep down, yeah.
By the way, it did have 7 catches for 110 yards, but you're right. I mean, the thing that stands out, he had 13 targets, was he had some big drops that probably, John, are changing the complexion of this conversation if he makes some of those catches.
Oh yeah. That big one down the middle of the field, that probably, he might have been near 200 if he caught the ball. He dropped 2 on 3rd down, right in his hands. It completely changes the complexion.
That, and they had the other drop, Ferguson, in the end zone, which Blankenship ends up getting called for a penalty on.
Well, that's tough. That's tough because he thinks he's gonna, like, I don't. It is a drop, but I don't consider it that bad because you think you're going to get, that's sort of a hospital ball, to be honest. You're laying the receiver out to get, in a different era, especially, to get basically their head knocked off. Now, what is Reed supposed to do in that situation? But when it looks bad, they're going to throw the flag.
Yeah.
That's just a matter of the modern football.
You're right about that, but, we have seen guys make that catch and then take the blow. If he catches that ball, they fumbled on the next play, right? That was the play where they fumbled right afterwards.
Yeah.
There. I would contend that the play of the game, though, was Vaughn chasing Sanders down. Because if Vaughn doesn't chase Sanders down and Sanders scores there, the conversation we're having today might be a lot different.
Yeah, there's a lot of offense left on the field by the Cowboys. But you do have to give Zach credit for chasing them down.
100%.
Next gen clocked him at over 20 miles per hour to chase him down. As you mentioned, Reed, even though he got flagged, that's a good play by Reed to make sure he knew he was there.
I don't mind throwing the flag for safety, but they got to be able to look at it and say, okay, we threw the flag for safety purposes so that we could look at that play and realize that there was no malicious or any real foul or dirty play there.
Yeah. But that's one of those things where, me by now, I don't complain a lot about officiating because it's baked into it. If it looks bad, they're throwing it. It's not even a matter of should they, would they, could they. They are. So it's baked to me. The same thing's going to happen to you if you've got a receiver and takes what looks like a devastating hit in that type of circumstances. That's just what the modern game is. And, it's a waste of energy to complain about it. I always say fans don't hate officials. They hate the legislation.
Absolutely. Yes, I agree with that. John McMullen, by the way, on a Friday here, he's brought to you by Boardwalk Honda. Shop their lineup of new pre-owned and certified pre-owned Hondas online at boardwalkhonda.com. Eagles win 24-20. They sneak out with a win. Different Cowboys team this year, though. A lot healthier on offense, different look on defense, new staff, new coordinators, probably a team now that feels pretty good about the way they played in that game on the road with everything that's going on. They almost snuck out with a win. So we'll see how this season unfolds for Dallas. They play again in Week 12, I believe, Philly and Dallas. All right, John, we will catch up with you on Monday.
All right, thanks, Mike.
There's John, and, of course, the Sports Bash Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays to give us some Eagles perspective here on the Sports Bash. We got so much more. We got football at 4 with Adam Caplan. We got Sal Paolantonio. We got Grayson's grades. But when we come back, the Phillies did win yesterday afternoon, and it was a big win. We're going to get into how important that series was, this series, and then the Mets series coming up. We'll get Bob Wankel, a Mike and Bob Friday Baseball Chat perspective on Aaron Nola, how the pitching staff is starting to line up, Walker Buehler, all that and more. It's the Sports Bash live from the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. All right, we're live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City on a Friday. First off, a couple business things. Sydney and Brigantine stopped by, said hello.
Shout out.
Said huge fan of the show, but she was very disappointed, not in us, in herself, that she missed the 2 o'clock open to hear what we thought about Spitgate. I said you can listen to it in the best of if Josh is very aggressive back there, and I don't know that he can find it. Maybe he could. I don't know.
He's a magician. He can.
I told her she can go watch on the YouTube channel.
That's true.
She can go back on YouTube and watch it. Record number of texts for the day so far, and I think we've already broken the record. We're not even out of the 3 o'clock hour yet with people reacting to the show today. Be a part of the show. We got the show live on YouTube up in the Fanatics Sportsbook here, so if you want to come out and watch it with us, stop on out and see us. It's also, it was intern Gina. She's now official employee Gina's 21st birthday. And
Happy
she said
birthday.
she had, 8 statesides, cigars. I mean,
She was
what
gambling.
in the world? I thought young people didn't drink anymore.
She won a couple $100 here gambling.
Wow. All right. Not here.
Not here. No,
Not
no,
here.
no.
Not here.
Got to make that clear.
All right. Happy birthday, Gina. She does a great job. All right. It's a Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat in the 3:30 spot. I asked him for 5:30. He said 3:30. We wanted to make sure that it was a happy hour Friday early today. How are you, pal?
I got to go drink 8 statesides.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
That's it. Was your mouth dry as can be after 8 statesides, right?
I don't think I could withstand that these days, man.
Do you have a quick thought on Spitgate?
Yeah, it was embarrassing. You can't be spitting on guys. I don't care what Dak Prescott said or what direction he spit. I mean, this is pretty cut and dry, right? Like, you can't really deviate from this too much. It was
Well, you've seen in like baseball sometimes when there's like a little bit of like the pitcher, the guy comes out and he might he can't get to him, so he might throw a spit out there at him just because he's furious.
Yeah, I don't know. He certainly should have been ejected. I don't know how they're going to play it this week. I think it's tough, though, when you preach about accountability and detail. And, then your best defensive player goes out and does that right away. That's something that, Nick Sirianni's going to have a lot of conversations this week about how to play with Jalen Carter. He clearly doesn't get it, clearly doesn't understand the magnitude of his actions. And, sometimes things get away from you. You get caught up in the moment and all, but that's not going to work.
All right, Bob, let's Mike and Bob Friday baseball chat. We got a lot to chat about here. Let's get into it. Wednesday we saw Aaron Nola. After that start and the 4 previous, if you're the Phillies, are you giving him a shot to win you back over, or have you seen enough?
Well, certainly he has not done anything to evoke a lot of confidence in giving him the ball in October. We have been down this road, though, with him before. If you go back to 2022, he was genuinely atrocious for the majority of that season, and then really found his footing in the middle of September and was able to carry it into October. And I think that the Phillies will continue to give Aaron Nola every chance in the world to prove over the next 4 starts or so that he can gain some footing and take the ball in October. I think they want him to do that. But will he do that? I think at this point, it's starting to get pretty late. And I think some degree of healthy skepticism about his ability to do it is more than fair. His last 2 games, he has an 8.18 ERA, and he's, to his credit, overcome horrendous starts to give them some length. 10 earned runs in those 11 innings that he's pitched across the last 2 games, 8 of them in the first inning. I mean, it's the one thing you absolutely cannot have in the playoffs is have your starting pitcher bury you right off the bat. And I just don't know if you can trust him right now. So he has a lot of work to do if he's going to crack that rotation come October.
Then you see what Suarez did yesterday, and I know a lot of people, is it a fait accompli for you that Suarez is your number 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think what we're talking about here is Sanchez and Suarez, and then who's your number 3 guy to mix in. And I think, given the way that Jesus Luzardo is throwing the ball, it would kind of be a shame if he wasn't that 3rd guy, especially if he keeps this up. But, if you get into a situation where you need a 4th starter, that's where things really get interesting, because you could figure yourself to have Suarez and Sanchez and Luzardo, but then what are you doing with that 4th guy? And then you start to wonder if Aaron Nola is going to be this bad, and you know that you're not going to go to Taijuan Walker for anything more than a long man. Could Walker Buehler pitch himself into this spot somehow over the next few weeks? So they have a lot of uncertainty, even though they do have some good options at the top.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you think Walker Buehler is on their mind as an option here? potentially, though, to split the lefties.
Yeah, maybe. I think it's actually possible. I mean, you go back to 22 and Noah Syndergaard, who was more or less cooked. He competed, but he was more or less cooked at that point. You're like, I can't believe this guy's starting postseason games for this team. I don't think it's all that dissimilar if Walker Buehler came in after the year that he's had and they find something and just say, hey, listen, you're a seasoned guy that has a lot of playoff experience. You're a little bit of a bulldog. Like we'll roll with that. I mean, if Aaron Nola can't get it together, I don't think it's ridiculous to think that that's a possibility at all.
All right, we're taking a look at a lot here. We obviously have talked about the pitching and what's going on there. That's fluid. In your mind, Bob Wankel, Mike and Bob Friday Baseball Chat, Bob Wankel from the Fighting Words podcast, is the Castellanos thing still fluid, or is this what it is?
It feels like for the first time this week, we finally got Rob Thompson to be honest and kind of call it what it is. He's been so hesitant to kind of deem this thing a platoon. He's used a lot of excuses about hard turf in Texas and, Nick's knee. And it's all been nonsense. I mean, I'm not saying that there wasn't maybe a little tweak or something there, but this is about trending towards a platoon. I mean, he did not play Monday or Wednesday. He did not play in 2 games against the Brewers. He had 2 hits in the game he did play, and he still found himself on the bench against righties. And
by the way, his numbers against Peralta were actually pretty good. So I was a little surprised that he was out yesterday. It was I think it was Peralta. His numbers against Peralta, I think, were very good for the situation. So I thought, maybe they put him back out there, but he was not out there even against a pitcher he had good numbers against.
Yeah, I mean, look, and Max Kepler's hitting 174 over his last 7 games. He's cooled down a little bit. Now, you stretch it out to 15, he's hitting 291. But the fact that Castellanos did not play in those 2 games in the Brewer series, to me, indicates that we're in a platoon mode here. And I think that they're going to continue to do this, and they'll probably reevaluate it as they get closer to October. But they want to take a really long look at this. And I think it'd be an upset at this point if Castellanos is getting at bats against righties in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, it seems to look that way. And then I guess the follow-up question, and this is – the lineup is what it is. We all know that they're inconsistent. But I'm looking at a lineup with JT Realmuto hitting 4th, Brandon Marsh hitting 5th. And I'm wondering, is that a World Series lineup?
I think it's fair to wonder that. And the short answer is no. I mean, you would say there's no way. And I think the same goes for when Alec Bohm was hitting cleanup, trying to be the guy that was protecting Bryce Harper. But I will say this. You have Harper, you have Schwarber, and a guy that is sort of just flown under the radar. We tend to only talk about him when things aren't going well is Trey Turner. I mean, you've seen – one of the knocks on Trey Turner here has been that some of the numbers at times have felt a bit hollow. Like, he had a good statistical offensive season last year. He picked it up at the end of 23 after a brutal start. And this year, even when things were going really well, you're like, all right, he's hitting around 300, and he's at the top of the National League in hits, and he's playing a lot better defense. And, yeah, he's been pretty good. But now what you're seeing here in recent weeks is that he's coming up with timely hits, clutch hits. I think he's got more of them in the last month than he may have had in the first 2+ years of his career with the Phillies. So you start to look at it and say, all right, I have Schwarber, I have Harper, I have Turner. I have guys that are kind of rising or can have the ability to rise to the moment. And though the middle of the order isn't great, these guys are still decent options. Like, Marsh is done a nice job since May. Realmuto's really picked it up the last few months. Guy like Bader has been awesome for them. So, look, Mike, here's what I'll tell you. You talk about the Phillies offense. Look what's going on with the Dodgers right now, getting swept in Pittsburgh this past week. I mean, I don't know. It's an imperfect National League. I will say that.
Yeah, the Phillies have opened up a 3-game advantage over L.A. They do play coming up. They play the Mets for 4. They could really put to bed that division. They're up 6 there. They did get a game on Milwaukee. They're still 4.5 back of the Brewers in that one. And tonight, too, you got Sanchez pitching against Valente Palazzo. You've got to win a game like this. You cannot let what happened to the Mets happen to you in this series.
Yeah, you got to find a way to go down there and win 2 out of 3. The Marlins got hot for a stretch, got themselves back to 500 after a really tough start. And, credit to them. they've got some usable pieces down there, but that's a series you have to win, given what you're competing for in this moment. And you would expect them tonight to get off to a good start with Sanchez on the mound. It's going to be – I would not count on them going down there and sweeping the Marlins, but certainly a series they should win. And look, they're pretty well positioned right now. I don't know to what degree you buy into all the percentages and probabilities and things of that nature, but you go look at Fangraphs right now. They have the Phillies at a 92% chance to win the National League East. They have a 63.7% chance to get the bye over the Dodgers in this moment. So you're getting close now where you can really put a grip on this thing.
Big time. And I will say, just to go back to the lineup conversation, you got Real Muto Bars, you mentioned Bader, and then, so you got Bohm hitting 8th. I feel a lot better about that. But, okay, maybe they don't have the guys in the middle, but they're compensating by having a lot more depth to the lineup, where 7, 8, 9 has actually got a pulse.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you said, Marsh went through a little bit of a funk there for a while, but he started to kind of get together a little bit. And Bader, to me, is the guy that's been the difference maker. You talk about the platoon situation, Kepler-Castellanos, but the guy that has forced this is really it's about Harrison Bader. I mean, he has cemented himself, in my estimation, as the everyday center fielder, and I think it's twofold. Like, number one, he's hitting .307 since he's come to the Phillies with an .851 OPS. He's played phenomenal defensively. He has that capability. And look, I mean, one of my biggest complaints with this team last fall, this spring, was that there's just something a little bit stale about the dynamics and the chemistry of this team. And Harrison Bader's a guy that's high energy. He's fun. He's kind of a vibrant player. And I think that is a quality, an intangible that this team desperately needed. And he's checked that box for them.
Well, they needed that, and they needed to then pull the string to allow him to use that by playing him every day, because that wasn't the case.
Listen, it felt ridiculous at the time. Like, he's your best guy. Go out, use him every day, and let's roll with this thing. You brought him here for a reason. But I can appreciate Rob trying to massage the personal considerations, the human element. It's like a soft landing.
I 100% agree in that I thought they handled this well. Like, they're not dumb. They understand that he's not the best option for them late in games. But there's no need to do it in May and June and July and really tick the guy off. You can kind of ease your way into this, and I think they've done a good job of let him play. It's not hurting us as much. We know it hurts us, but it's not killing us. And then you kind of rip the Band-Aid off when the games get meaningful. And I think they've done a good job of that.
I mean, he made the decision much easier. He made that direction much easier by how he's played, especially since the All-Star break. I mean, Nick Castellanos has been terrible.
Dreadful. Absolutely dreadful. My dad said to me this morning, man, you're really tough on that Nick Castellanos. I said, well, he stinks.
There are a lot of people. I mean, look, yeah, it's funny you say that. I mean, my father's the same way. I think there's a lot of people out there that are like, come on, he's all right. And I'm like, yeah,
well, I'll tell you what they are. They're the old school people that look at batting average, and his batting average is still not terrible.
Right. Yeah,
but
and what you're looking at is a guy that hasn't driven the ball in 2 months, and his range is limited, and he strikes out too much. He can't move runners. He just doesn't. He's been a tough watch.
All right, got a couple quick ones here. Late game, you going to David Robertson or Orion Kerkering?
Ryan Kerkering's a guy that has all the talent in the world, and I would not give up on him. I wouldn't even say he's like a change of scenery guy, but David Robertson right now is throwing the ball much better, much more consistently. And I just don't know how you can trust Orion Kerkering in big spots if you have other options that can seemingly do it.
All right, so that will be one big one to see how that materializes here. Will Walker Buehler be an option for the bullpen? That will be something we'll see here down the stretch. Phillies and Marlins this weekend, and then 4 against the Mets. We'll have Mets, Phillies, and Eagles, Chiefs next week to kind of break into here on the Mike and Bob Friday Baseball Chat here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, man, enjoy your weekend.
Talk soon, man.
All right, happy hour Friday for him. It is a Sports Bash live show at the Fanatics Sportsbook here at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. This hour is brought to you by Broadleaf's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service, and installation for generations. 609-390-3907 online, broadleafs.net. When we come back, it is the unsportsmanlike moment of the day. We'll dive into something they said this morning on Unsportsmanlike and react to that next on the Sports Bash. Plus, Sal Paolantonio tonight at right about 5:10. He's got a Sports Center hit at 5 o'clock, and he's going to jump on with us afterwards, and we'll have a little Sal Pal Friday for you to kick off the football season right here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
The refs were absolutely right for tossing him out of the game, and this ain't going to be the end of it. Jalen Carter is going to get a hefty fine, and I wouldn't be surprised if the NFL decides to sit him down next week too. Not only did you cost your team in the season opener, banner night, when you're trying to start off your title defense, but you could cost your team next week when you're on the road in Arrowhead against Kansas City Chiefs.
This morning on Unsportsmanlike, it's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the game. He thinks that he could cost his team not only last week, but next week too. Is he right about that? Do we think the NFL is going to actually suspend him? You know, Djokovic looks a little bit like Sirianni.
You think so?
Yeah. I thought that was Sirianni for a second. It's the U.S. Open.
He looks like a Serbian Nick Sirianni.
But do we think Canny's right? That
Well, are you suspending Carter because you shouldn't spit on a guy, or are you suspending Carter to send a message to Jalen Carter if you're the Eagles?
That's an interesting question. The Unsportsmanlike moment of the day is brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center. Your RV adventure starts here. Well, if you're the Eagles, are you tired of it and you want to suspend them to send the message? Are you the NFL and saying, we can't condone this type of – I'll give you an example. Last night in the game, Nolan Smith gets a 15-yard penalty for flexing over top of the guy, which I thought was weak sauce.
Did you?
Oh, God, I thought that was terrible. Now I get, they put this mandate out that they're looking for this. You don't want to. That's a reaction of a play. He didn't do anything like he got over top of him and flex.
It is the line you have to toe, though, right? You got to toe that line where you cannot cross over that line, or else you're going to get a flag.
Do I need to see the guy flex over top the player? I do not need to see that. Like, I could care less whether Nolan Smith, but I thought it was weak sauce. Like, if you're saying you can't do that, seriously, I mean, but that being said, does the league, who has an emphasis on sportsmanship, they're saying this year, do they want to set the example? And if they don't, do the Eagles say, we don't care, we want to set the example because this guy needs to learn? And
That's
they
where
suspend him.
Yeah.
What do you guys out there think? Because I asked the question today at 973 ESPN, the poll question. I said, how should the Eagles discipline Jalen Carter? 78% right now say it's over with. 16% say suspend him for 1 or 2 games, and 6% say suspend him for 3 games or longer. We'll get into it coming up on the other side. We'll get Adam Caplan's observations and takeaways. Football at 4 on a Friday. It's next. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. That's where we are today. Adam Caplan's in the house on a Football Friday, a Happy Hour Friday, a Reaction Friday, a Spitgate Friday. You name it. It's all happened. It all happened in the game last night, and we've been breaking it down for you. We've been getting just an avalanche of text messages today. But we're going to break down this game. The Eagles win, and sometimes a Week 1 game can lie to you, Adam Caplan. We saw it last night. It was a close game. A couple drops changed the complexion of that game. Certainly an ejection changed the complexion of that game. But how much truth serum do we put in that game last night?
While the passing numbers weren't great, Hurts was very efficient. By the way, no mistakes. No turnovers. You'll take that any day. That's winning football, and they'll build off that, make their corrections, and move on. But and then look, let's face it, the delay hurt both teams' offense. I'll keep this clean for radio. What a bleep fest it was. It was awful. That coming back from the break, Mike, it was pure torture.
Jalen Hurts last night, according to our friend Jeff Kerr over at CBS, 6 of 6 for 78 yards, 7 carries for 32 yards, and a touchdown on third down. He won the game with his third down performances last night. That's where he really shined.
I'm just amazed at. I always said he's a nice runner. Obviously he's great, and with the tush push, but it wasn't just the push play, Mike. I'm really fascinated to see. At some point, the passing game will be a bigger factor. And obviously, it's tempo of each game, Mike. The great game script will tell you where that goes. And we saw in the Super Bowl, Mike, when Hurts had to throw, it didn't throw a ton. He was really good. So we'll have more on this next week. The Inside the Tape show drops Tuesday morning at 6 a.m. Eastern on all platforms with Greg Cosell. I'm very interested to see or hear what Greg thought of Hurts in the passing game in that game.
Adam Caplan, Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms. One thing that we talked about is the run game here. Late in games last year, Philly would run that game out, and that's how they would beat you. They could not run the game out last night, and they ran the ball okay for the most part, but it wasn't a typical game where they run the game out and end it.
No, a couple things happened. When Shipley, by the way, boy, did he look good. We've liked Shipley for a while. We didn't agree with their decision to have Gainwell to play over him. We understood why, strictly because Gainwell's this phenomenal pass protector. That matters to coaches. I get that. But Shipley's explosiveness, juice, which we've talked about for 2 years, you saw it on display on that catch. Unfortunately, was it on special teams he hurt his ribs? I can't remember. It might have been, but so. He left early. Did not return. Like, that's not good. And there was a concern with his body type. Would he hold up physically? So that's something to watch, and that's why you saw A.J. Dillon come in. Dillon looked good on that 9-yard run, not much after that. Give Dallas credit. They didn't stop the Eagles' run, but they controlled it. And on Barkley, I got to give Barkley credit. He made some nice runs on his own where it wasn't blocked great. So, yeah, I give Dallas credit. Historically, they've been a terrible run defense. I know Kenny Clark's helped. There's no question with that trade. Jerry Jones is now, of course, sticking his chest out. Good job, Jerry. For one game, your run defense actually showed up.
Yes, they did. They played well late in that game, too. I mean, that's what it was more for me.
They did. Did a good job.
In the game, They did a good job there, kind of holding up there. Barkley never really was able to break the big one there. Shipley, as you said, looked pretty good in his series, and Dillon got a series in there. I think he had 3 carries for like 10 yards. But the wide receivers, it was a Dotson night. He had the big plays. He had 20 yards a catch, 1 catch for AJ, and a lot of underneath stuff the rest of the game.
Yeah, I was staying in with our Patreon group on Discord. I was like, all right, guys, this is real simple. That was just to get AJ Brown a catch. I really felt like that. I mean, it's not like they're going to admit that, but it really felt like it. Yeah, it was weird, man. Now, again, we're going to have to find out by coverage what happened. Was he not getting open? Do they need to do a better job scheming him open? Was he open, not getting the football? We don't know that yet because it's all going to be tape-based, all 22-based. You can't tell FTV, but it was a weird game. But good to see Dotson being used. He had a really good offseason, Mike, and I know the Commanders did not want him. They were very down on him at the time of the trade. I'll leave it at that. And he's really helped himself with his full offseason. That throw by Hurts is super big time. Great job by Dotson tracking it, and they beat Kyer Elam, who I thought they'd go after anyway at some point.
Well, they had a big night from Dotson. Good to see him kind of evolve a little bit.
Yep.
If he gives you 3 for 57 like he did last night, that's a weapon. That's a guy that you can incorporate in your offense, and that stemmed from what we saw from him in the playoffs. He made some plays in the playoffs, and as we talk about him, Goddard was a big part of the game because, it's funny. So many times, like, man, they got to get Goddard involved. They got to get the tight end involved. Well, they got him involved this night.
Yeah, he looked good. Very happy. You should be, Eagles fans, that they got him involved early too. And that's the thing. I've always felt like Goddard and Hurts's chemistry has just been inconsistent. But look, they've worked together a number of years. Jalen's. In another year as a starter, you would think it would get to be better there. So that was good to see. Again, there are going to be some weeks they're going to have to throw more. It was a very odd game. Week 1, Mike, could fool you. I've learned my lesson of just let the thing play out. Don't make any like on our YouTube comments. I'm laughing and people are making fun of this guy. This dude, there's one dude who totally overreacted, blaming coaches. It's Sirianni's fault that the game was close. It's just really, it is unbelievable. So, Mike, I was going to ask you this. What's been the tenor of the text messages? People, are they overreacting or they're not worried at all?
We've got like a record number of text messages today, by the way. I mean,
wow,
it's like an avalanche of text messages. And it has been kind of, one guy, okay, just to give you an example. One guy says Carter should be suspended for 6 games. Then you have a woman who says he shouldn't be suspended at all. So
6 games. Where are you getting that? Okay, so he should have done that. Let's discuss this, Mike. Look, we got the video. I know. See, there's a saying. Mike Pereira. Remember him, the director of officials, who's wonderful. So I remember getting to know Mike, and because I was trying to figure out how do they evaluate personal fouls and when guys have to get fined or thrown out. He always tell me we cannot legislate intent. We just go by the letter of the rule. Well. This is unsportsmanlike, and you can't spit at a player. That's just not right. And they're look, in recent years, Mike, they've been the taunting stuff, like they're really cracking down there. They put an emphasis on it this year. Now, I'm going to be honest here. Coaches, I don't know Nick Sirianni, and everything I've heard, he's a wonderful guy, coaches players hard. And I know Jalen Carter sometimes is a little bit immature, but you got to make sure, you got to emphasize this stuff. The refs are looking for this stuff. Like, I get it that Prescott did spit. Prescott talked about it after the game, but he says he does it all the time. It was nothing personal. It wasn't even close to where Carter went, but he did spit. What Carter should have done is point at the ref. Hey, man, did you see that he spit at me?
Yeah.
And back away. You ever see that in a lot of sports where, like, if someone throws a punch, you just back off and you point at the guy. You go, hey, see what he just did? That's what Carter should have done, and he's going to learn from this. And I'll be also interested to see if the Eagles, what they've done in the past with players. We've seen a lot of coaches do this. Okay, the guy might not start a couple plays. Well, good luck with that when you're trying to beat the Chiefs.
Well, yeah. So the reaction's been all over. In fact, quite frankly, we've been so busy. We've been only to get a fraction of these text messages. We're going to try to do a little bit more here. What about the offensive line last night and their role in the lack of run game? and this game overall? Because usually, that's where your bread is buttered up front with those guys.
Mike, I was surprised. I thought they got handled at times. That's what it looked like to me. I don't think they were crisp. I thought they had some problems in the run game. Pass pro sometimes wasn't great. We're looking to find out were there any times where Hurts held on to the ball a little bit too long. We know that there are times in Hurts' career that's been an issue. That's been well documented. I'm just curious. I don't know. Look, let's not forget Dickerson with his back. That was a problem, Mike. He looks a little bit heavy to me. I'm not the only person who studies what the Eagles are doing and feels that way around the league. It's been mentioned to me last couple of months that you worry about with all the knee problems, Mike. Now he's got a back problem. And how about that, Brett Toth? Okay, so that right now I wonder next week if Dickerson can't play. I wonder if they'll go with Brett Toth or will they try Matt Pryor?
All right, well, that's something to keep an eye on there, definitely, for sure, because you're right. This left guard spot, if Landon Dickerson can't go for a little while here, is Brett Toth the guy that they're going to go with here. Let's shift over to defense. No Jalen Carter. They only had a couple of defensive tackles, I think 4 in all last night. So how
Yep.
I mean, obviously lose Carter, huge loss, but how does it affect not only the rotation, but then everybody else? You're talking about you got no pass rush last night. Well, normally Carter gets doubled and triple teamed, and that opens up everybody else. That went out the window from the first play of the game.
Yeah, for the majority of the season, Jalen Carter was the most double-teamed defensive tackle, and he's not really good at defeating them. One-on-one, he's impossible to block. He wins. His win rate is huge. But, Mike, I thought last night the pass rush – well, look, we've been on this pass rush thing for months. It's on Inside the Birds. We've talked about it. We knew it would be an issue. You try to warn people with Jalen's son, he's not a developed pass rusher. You have to give it time. You can't just snap your fingers. Oh, he's going to be a great pass rusher. This is only his 4th year as an edge rusher, Mike. Let's not forget he went to Cornell as a safety. So he's been a nice story, but let's just let it happen. I would say that Josh Uche had a couple nice rushers, what they're called QRs, quality rushers, as coaches told me over the years. They like that. Cam will line up as an edge rusher a little bit. But overall, Mike, it was lacking, and you mentioned it, you nailed it. Carter not being there changes everything. And Ojomo, he had one decent rush. I saw he was kind of invisible. And understand with Gabe Hall, he's not a run game. He's not a run-down guy. He doesn't stop the run. Byron Young is a little bit more stout. And we try to warn people with Ty Robinson, particularly in our pregame show. Greg Cosell said it. He felt that Ty Robinson was not ready to contribute. And by the way, Ty Robinson was a healthy and active.
Yes, he was, and they were down a guy with Carter out, so they probably could have used a little.
It
bit.
was huge. Yeah.
Played 5 snaps in the game last night, but it was mostly Davis and Ojomo for most of the night last night. Let's go.
By the way, real quick, Davis, I talked to Greg Cosell today. He thought this is by far his best game as a professional. From beginning to end. With Davis, Mike, I just wanted to make sure I said this. His issue has been flash plays, and then you don't see him. Like, he'd have 4 or 5 wow plays, and okay, the rest of the game didn't do well. He showed up big time. This is where being in great physical shape for him, he's a big dude, is showing up. I can't believe I'm going to say this. For him, he looks svelte in training camp, because Jeff and I were at the Maxwell Club Awards his rookie season. He was obviously a mountain of a man, like Linval Joseph. I don't know if you remember Linval Joseph, former Eagle, who was here 2 years ago. Linval is one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen. Jordan Davis looks so good physically in training camp. We just didn't know, can it transfer, how well we could. It's only one game. Again, we're not making any broad statements. But he played extremely well. Great sign. He's just got to be consistent with it.
Let's look at that group of edge guys, because Ojulari was not active yesterday.
How about
so
that,
they only
Mike?
went with 3 guys. That? It was Hunt, it was Smith, and it was Uche. Well, they did have Patrick Robinson, I guess, was out on
he counted
times as well. So,
yeah.
But a little bit of an up and down group last night, and obviously having Carter out affects them big time.
Yeah, and Johnson did play some snaps. So he had a really good training camp, and then typically when it happens, if he plays, he only plays on special teams. But yeah, look, Oko Kronkro, I'm not surprised he was inactive. That was expected. But wow, Ojulari, they gave a guarantee of the $4 million, $3 million they guaranteed, so they weren't going to cut him. He was a healthy and active, Mike. That's not good. They So they've got a major problem, Mike, at edge rush here. It's only one game, but this is the carryover. This is not new, though. If something was new, you go, okay, no big deal. This is not new. This is a carryover from the entire offseason. And I'll be interested to see what they do here, whether they go out and sign another veteran by the trade deadline. If this is continuing, there's no look. They were in, about the ESPN story and Parsons. Now, that's just because he came available. Howie Roseman, the Eagles GM, if anyone is available who's a big time player, he's in on it. I mean, that's just he'll at least make the call. So that's that. But it's a problem. Like, this pass rush is something that's just got to be better.
Adam Caplan, Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. And Adam, in a moment, can tell you a little bit about what they're doing this season. A lot of new shows, a lot of good stuff that you want to get more reaction. But let's look at the linebackers. I thought Zach Baun running down Sanders was the play of the game, by the way. He doesn't make that game-saving tackle. Who knows how this game and this conversation...
Oh, real quick, this just came from ESPN. The Eagles are signing Zadarius Smith, who's a good player. He's a veteran. He's near the end of his career. Yeah, I like this. So he was with the Lions last year. He's a really good pass rusher when he's like got everything going. He could also, this is important, he can line up inside, like the BG role. Like, if you want him to play, he's played actually inside in nickel. So they need to listen. Like, Howie's just admitted it. By the way, yeah, the guy's a good player. Yeah, he's a good veteran presence. The Lions had some interest, as I understand, in bringing him back, but the Eagles beat him to it. This is a good signing. I like this move. Good job by Howie.
By the way, live breaking news right there. Zadarius Smith, former Lion, Minnesota Vikings, 1-year deal with Philadelphia, 69 career sacks, 9 last season for Zadarius Smith. Okay, let's look at we look at linebacker, the game-saving tackle, but what about the two rookies, Campbell and Makuba?
Yeah, boy, but Campbell showed up. How about Makuba? So basically what happened was, in base defense, which Vic Fangio, to his credit, I mean, he was a Lion. They're a very low end, they're low total of base defense. Brown was the safety, but Makuba played, almost all the snaps. Otherwise, it was all Makuba. So Makuba's a starter. That's when I say that, he's their main safety next to Blankenship. And I am a little surprised though, Mike, only in this, because he missed time with 2 different injuries. And Vic, you saw what happened with DeJean last year. He didn't think DeJean was ready. He missed too much time. DeJean missed more than Makuba, but Makuba's just a better football player than Sidney Brown, who's a box safety. So I'm fascinated kind of what this could look like. And here's another thing. DeJean played corner last night. He did. He played snaps at corner. In fact, I thought that was interesting. And then the other one was Quinyon Mitchell. He followed Pickens a ton last night. I'll have those breakdowns exactly how many. So I know Greg Cosell. I'm going to talk to Greg over the weekend. He'll give me those numbers. Vic, to his credit, he did what he said he was probably going to do at some point. I just didn't think it would be that many snaps. That was pretty interesting.
All right. Finally, maybe one of the biggest social media outcries of the night was at corner, where Dory Jackson, obviously, I think 7 targets for over 100 yards. He had a rough night at the office. Bennett came in, but not because they thought Jackson was struggling, because Jackson got hurt. I think he was getting a concussion check. Once he cleared, he was back on the field. But I thought Bennett actually did a decent job. He gave up 3 catches on 3 targets, but he came right up, closed nicely, and made quick tackles. But what you do, and you just mentioned DeJean played some corner, but overall that position, that's going to be something.
Yeah, I mean, look, Eagles would rather not do it at corner, because they wanted Ringo to work. He didn't work. He didn't even play on defense. That kind of tells you where the coaches think of him. They've tried Bennett. He's not ready yet. At least he wasn't. I mean, he had a penalty last night. I joked with our friends on Discord for Patreon, like they could have called 3 penalties on him. He was overly aggressive, but that's what you want. Look, the in-house guy would be Bennett. If it doesn't work and they stay in-house, Vic may just say, listen, we got to win games. We got to play better corner. It could be DeJean. I would not rule it out. Look, we know that we talked about this last year. They drafted him to play corner. Doesn't mean you can't change your mind. And that's They have an issue, Mike. These are, you notice it's interesting. These are all issues brought over from March when Isaiah Rodgers, who he signed with Minnesota, as we reported at the time. Though he had interest in coming back to Philly, and Eagles had interest in him. He was looking to go somewhere he had a pretty good chance to start. And if he would have come back to Philly, here's the problem: you had the DeJean factor. Could have started a corner. The Eagles are going to give Ringo a shot, and he beat Ringo out last year. He didn't know, for all he knew, the Eagles could add another corner, and he'd be out of luck. So he made a smart move going to Minnesota. He got some guaranteed money in year 2, and then that was that.
No doubt about it. All right. And then lastly, you take a look at the special teams last night. I thought one big thing on the special teams was a 58-yard field goal by Jake Elliott last night, and that
looked great.
Good from maybe 68 yards.
Yeah, I don't think he was totally healthy last season. I know he went on the injury report, but he looked great, and he had a good training camp. But how about Braden Mann was absolutely phenomenal. He had, and you would only know this if you went to training camp. And I don't watch special teams a lot, but let me tell you something. Braden Mann, it was so obvious how well he was putting in training camp. Because when I go to these camps, I don't usually watch punters, but there's some times when, I've watched everything I want to watch. So, let me watch special teams. Look, he looked great in training camp. He looked great in the preseason. He is really good. He's taken his game. He was good for them before this season. Now we'll see how the rest of the season looks. But, Mike, he looks really good right now.
All right. Real quick, before we get out of here, we just talked about the breaking news. Zadarius Smith is signing with Philadelphia. That's a 1-year deal, and he will be in here. And Ben Van Sumeren has been placed on injured reserves.
It's too bad.
Is likely over. But I will ask you, Adam, is the Carter thing over? He'll play next week, or do you think that there will be more fallout from this?
Mike, I'd be surprised if he gets suspended. They're called this is what the way it's been explained to me over the years with this stuff. They have video. This is what's called mitigating circumstances. Yes, this is not good sportsmanship, and I know, again, I'm not covering for Carter. He should not have it's not retaliating. Prescott spit, okay? Whether he was spitting at Carter or not is not up to the league to say. They saw it on tape. Prescott has had what he said. Carter reacted to it, and that's what happened. Carter should have done that. I can't imagine that he wouldn't get fined, knowing the way these things are. I expect at least a fine, but it would surprise me. I don't rule anything out unless some report says, "Oh, the league's already decided he's not going to get suspended." But I'd be very surprised if it did. It did, to me, it was poor sportsmanship. He didn't punch him, by the way. He didn't punch him. But you should never spit. That's bad sportsmanship, and that's where that's at.
All right, well, we'll keep an eye on that. I look at it like this, too, real quick, Adam.
You
got Chiefs Chargers tonight, a full game of games on Sunday. This thing is probably going to be over and done with maybe by the game tonight, right? I mean, they might talk about the pregame, maybe halftime. But then you're talking about this game and then a full Sunday group of games. Who knows? I don't want to say people are going to forget about it. I mean, I think it's a disgusting thing to spit on another human being. But
it's bad. It's bad. Like,
the news cycle that you're in, this thing might get lost in the sauce by 9 o'clock tonight.
No, it's not going to go away because it'll be on the Sunday morning shows. They'll have the reporters, because I know when I covered League Matters and I had to be on SportsCenter, Mike, I'm calling them because it's a big story. Like, anytime there's something like that, you got to know. It's I'm sure I guarantee you, all the guys who cover League nationally who have got to be on TV, they're on it. Trust me on that. They'll absolutely have something on that.
Adam Caplan, Inside the Birds, and of course the Inside the Birds podcast, and you guys, a whole lineup of new things happening this year for all our Football at 4 listeners that want to hear more Inside the Birds. Adam, you guys got a whole bunch going on over there.
I do. Cosell's back. Derek Gunn and Ray Dinger have a show called Eagles Weekly. It's going to be twice a week starting this coming week. More announcements to come. Patreon.com/InsideTheBirds for so much more stuff. Get to know big-time Eagle fans, diehards, and check it out. Thanks, man.
All right, man. Adam Caplan, everybody's back on Tuesday next week. We'll get you ready for the Eagles and the Chiefs on Football at 4. And Football at 4 is brought to you by the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean. Live today and already on a Friday, filling up here, getting ready for the weekend. When we come back, well, Evan Cohen pinch hit yesterday for Knicks Nuggets. Well, Nuggets was at the game last night. That's why he was not on the Nuggets yesterday. He was on his way to Lincoln Financial Field. Did he stay through the weather delay?
I sure hope so.
Prediction?
Yes.
You believe he did?
Earnshaw's a young guy. He's a Gen Z.
But he was there with some old guys.
That's true. That's true.
You think the Schweiner is probably falling asleep in his chair. Did Earnshaw stay through the weather delay last night?
Uber home.
More Sports Bash coming up. 97.3 ESPN. All right, welcome back. Sports Bash Live on a happy hour Friday. What do you have it on a happy hour Friday? Text it in right now. Let us know. 609-403-0973. We're live at the Fanatics Sportsbook, Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. By the way, the Phillies lineup is out. It is brought to you by Instant Services, South Jersey's premier HVAC, plumbing, electrical service provider. Go to instantservices.com to learn about their preventative maintenance memberships and how they keep your systems running strong year-round. Schwarber, Turner, Schwarber, Harper, Realmuto, Marsh, Bader, Kepler, Bohm, Stott. No Castellanos for the second time in 3 games tonight for Christopher Sanchez on the mound. So Castellanos is out. And by the way, he's one of the few guys who have faced the pitcher tonight and actually has decent numbers against him. That's 2 times in a row now where he's had decent numbers against the starter, and he is not in the game.
And remember what happened last time we were in Miami and Castellanos. What happened?
He got pulled from the game.
He got pulled from
That
the
was
game.
the beginning of it, right? That was the genesis of it all. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It's time for Nick's Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nick Earnshaw is the host of the Shift podcast. He is the producer of The Locker Room. He's also got his new, how do you say this now?
Earnshaw Radio. Earnshaw Radio.
Earnshaw Radio on the Earnshaw YouTube channel.
Yep.
Now, one of the questions we had is, did the Locker Room group who went to the game last night, did you stay through the weather delay?
I would have stayed through the weather delay.
Oh, no.
I would have stayed through the weather delay.
Wow.
But, man, you got some old geezers. You had some young kids.
Oh, no.
I had a carpool, saved a couple of money.
You should have just lied like Prescott did last
I know.
night.
I can't lie. I would never lie. Never, ever lie.
There's
I'm
2 mistakes
honest.
made here. There's 2 mistakes made here. All right? 1, you know it's a late night game. It's a Thursday. You're going with old people. You got to know and foreshadow. These guys might say, hey, I want to go home early.
You
gotta
live and
drive
you learn.
yourself.
You live and you
gotta drive
learn.
yourself.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is a learning experience.
And I told before the break, I said, I bet you they left because Schweim's old. You got, people probably saying, oh, I can't stay another hour.
Yeah.
Did you go kicking and screaming? I mean, did you try and persuade these guys to stick around?
Listen, it was out of my control. You know me. I would stay till 4 a.m. if it were me. If it were up to me, I had no ride. I could have done the whole Uber, and I had work in the morning.
They almost lost the game. They almost lost the game, and you guys were in traffic.
I know. It's a bad job. It's a bad job.
What about not intern? He was intern Alex. What about producer Alex?
No, he was part of the group too. He
wanted to leave, or he wanted to stay?
I think he wanted to stay. Me and him could have stayed. I feel like but
He's
we
in
had a ride.
Spot. He's in a tougher spot. You live near there. You could have got away home. He lives in Ocean City.
It's tough. Should have thought of better ways.
Did he
better
drive
ways to
himself?
Get there. No, there was a group bus there. Group bus. So on the bus, you got to get on the bus. So
how was the tailgating up
did
there?
It right, banner night. They take a bus up there.
Yeah, the bus was good. The bus was fun. A lot of fun. But yeah, got to leave. Tailgating was nuts around everywhere. It was just mayhem everywhere. Every parking lot was full. But
I gotta say,
I will live and learn from this one. Trust me. Trust me.
Disappointed in you, Earnshaw.
Yeah,
a lot of people are probably. A lot of people
I gotta
are.
say, I thought the banner thing was well done on television.
It was awesome. In person, awesome. Absolutely awesome. Last night, they had the whole stadium lighting up. BG was running around the whole time. Got to see him. He was all over the field. They showed him on the big screen. I can't even count how many times. But yeah, first half, there was a little bit of rain in the beginning and stuff like that. But overall, the introduction was unbelievably done. Unbelievably done.
No, they did a good job on television. Like just watching it on TV, I said it's got to be pretty awesome to be there.
Yeah, it was cool.
Did the team sneak out of the? Did you see anybody, or were they not out there?
They weren't really out there, from what I remember. It was wild. What's that?
Was Dallas out there?
Not that I recall. I just remember. I think everyone was so focused. I was so focused on just the screen, the trophies coming out, Lori. Like it was just such a spectacle. You weren't even paying attention to that. That's how locked in you were to the whole thing that they had going on. They had like a video on the screen. It was amazing, the whole thing that they had done. And the lights around the stadium were insane.
All right. Well, you left early. That's what's insane.
I know. That's insane, too. Listen.
I would have Ubered. I would have said, all right, fellas, well, I'll see you later. I would have stayed by myself.
I know. It was a tough call.
FanDuel could have gave you a ride home last night.
They could have. Yeah, they could have. With they paid for all the trains, right? They could have did that.
They did.
Well, I'll tell you what. It was an interesting time when the spit heard around the world happened last night, because you had Ben Van Sumeren here with Nugget number 1. He gets hurt to start the game on the kickoff, right? And then he gets carted off. And then the whole thing with Jalen Carter, I think most of the stadium was so confused, like at first, with what was going on with Jalen Carter and him getting thrown out, the ejection, all of that. For this one with Jalen Carter, man, the Dak thing is interesting because it looks like on video, right? Like, no excuse for Jalen Carter. Awful, awful, awful. The fact he spit at him, should not do that to any human being, any player. That's number one. But Dak seemed to have instigated a little bit. And Jalen Carter took the bait. I mean, you could see on camera that Dak Prescott was kind of laughing after he spit. He moved up to spit near his lineman, right? And it was kind of towards Jalen Carter. Not really, but he made a motion with his face and made a look towards Jalen Carter after he spit. So I think that essentially, for the most part, was a bad job by Jalen Carter not to recognize in the moment. Don't take the bait here if he's trying to bait you, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you can't spit on anybody. You can't. Even if Prescott spits in your direction, he didn't spit on you. So you got to, Carter is certainly now, they said they're going to be looking to review this play and see if there's any discipline that stems from it. I don't know if the NFL is just going to say, look, he missed the whole game. That was punishment enough. Some people think there will be a fine. We have a poll question up about it. Should the Eagles step in and do something here and just say, I don't care if the NFL does something or not? I would imagine that there's going to be that we haven't heard the end of this. I don't think we've heard, like the end of the punishment.
No, I don't think he should be suspended because I think the Dak Prescott thing, that being caught on camera, helps him in that sense of being suspended. I don't think he gets suspended for this, but I think he's going to get a hefty fine. And maybe the Eagles should do something too, but he's got to learn from this. He's got to take a step back and be the bigger guy in this situation. And before the game, there wasn't even a snap, not even a snap played yet before this happened. So bad job by Jalen Carter. That can't happen. And you saw them; they start attacking up the middle, right? Like they knew once you take the anchor out of your defense out, you can attack that, and they did that early on.
Yeah, it changed the whole complexion of the night.
Whole thing.
Because your whole game plan is around Jalen Carter, and then the other team has to double-team Jalen Carter, which allows for the other guys at least to have some one-on-one opportunities. They don't have that all night. Yeah, the pass rush was so bad that they had to go out and sign Zadarius Smith today, who had 9 sacks last year. He got traded from Cleveland to Detroit last year, had 5 sacks in Cleveland, 4 in Detroit. So we'll see if he jumps right into the rotation or what, because keep in mind, they had Uche, they signed Ojulari. Ojulari was inactive last night, so will Ojulari end up getting cut and replaced with Zadarius Smith here? Or are they just going to keep all these guys? It kind of shows you that they think they did not have enough pass rush with or without Jalen Carter.
That's where I'm at. I think when you look at Sweaty, 8 sacks last year, Milton Williams, 5 sacks last year, where are those sacks going to come from this year?
Yeah, and look,
how they're going to replace those 13 sacks. And you saw what Milton Williams did in the Super Bowl.
The other year when they went to the Super Bowl, the first year they played against the Chiefs, remember they signed Ndamukong too. Like they signed a couple of guys mid-season to help bolster the rotation of that defensive line. You already just signed Zadarius Smith already. It's not even week 2 yet. You bring him in. So I wonder if they're going to continue to do that and kind of pull back the curtain a little bit and go back to what they did in 2022. And maybe sign some guys off the street to just help that rotation add some depth to it.
Well, you figure they lost about 40% of their, maybe even more than 40% of their snaps from a year ago. So they got to figure out something. Zadarius Smith signs a 1-year deal, And look, this is a guy who has 69 career sacks. He's played 140 games. He has been a guy who
32.
Certainly has.
32, so he is up there in age.
He is up there, but he has been productive. You see Jason Pierre-Paul last night on Twitter. He was pulling cars up the road and says he's ready to help a team out that needs – I don't know if he saw the Eagles play and said, hey, you need some help? I'm here to help you.
Well, it looks like they're signing guys off the street. So, hey, mate, you might. you might. So, we'll see. All right, moving along, nugget number 2. Another problem on the defense is cornerback 2. And Adoree Jackson. He was awful. I mean, last night was not a beautiful game to watch. Not pretty at all. Awful. Adoree Jackson was targeted 7 times. He gave up over 100 yards on those 7 times he was targeted, let up 5 catches as well. Man, he did not look good. There's a problem at CB2 for this Philadelphia Eagles team. Jacorian Bennett came in, replaced him for a little bit. I know Adoree Jackson went out for a little bit, and he gets a penalty right away. A lot of issues in that cornerback 2 spot, guys, and Adoree Jackson just did not look up to par last night. He gives himself a C after the game. I'd probably give him a D or a C minus, a little less than that. Come on.
Well, he was, targeted all night, too. That was the thing, is that they were looking for number 8. They were going after him. And, I will say he did make a couple stops later on in the game. But for the most part, yeah, they had a field day with him. And I don't want to judge anything off of one game. We always want to react and just overreact. Well, you got to get him off the field. He's terrible. He played one game.
He had a bad preseason,
He had a bad night. There's no question about it. I thought that Jacorian Bennett actually played decent last night. He gave up 3 catches on 3 attempts, but he made the tackle almost immediately. He came right up, closed quickly, made some tackles. So I think that is going to be a very, very fluid situation.
Doesn't it remind you of the Phillies right field situation with the platoon?
Not much. I mean, now it appears that,
it's heading that direction.
It might be headed in that direction. That it looks like the right field is, yesterday when we were at Chickies and Pete's, they put they do like the quote of the day or whatever it is, right? And the quote yesterday was from Rob Thompson saying, it is what it is. It looks like it is what it is now. And Castellanos is not in the lineup now for the 3rd time in 4 games. So it is a platoon.
Yeah, I'm glad you bring up Castellanos because we'll move along to nugget number 3 with that. No Casty again. You mentioned it at the top of the Nuggets. It just seems to me that this is it for Casty here. Doesn't it seem that way? It just does not feel like they're on the same page anymore. He's not hitting the baseball as well. They're taking him out of the lineup. He can't be happy about that. We saw last week when he was asked about it post-game, given the one-word yes answers, right, how he's not happy and not thrilled with it. I just don't see him being back next year, no matter what. They could win a World Series. They could get knocked out in the first round. It doesn't matter. I don't think there's any way Castellanos is back next year. There's just no way.
I'll tell you how he's back.
How?
Number 1, he's
His
making
contract?
$20 million. Well, he's making $20 million.
Well, he could eat it. They could eat it.
He's going to be a tough guy to trade, but this is what I would say. If he really wants to be here and he sees that there's no market for him, this is how he's back. You have Bader. You would re-sign Bader. There's a mutual option there. So if he wants to come back and you want him back, that's $10 million. You call up Justin Crawford, and he is now your left fielder. So you have Bader in center every day, Crawford in left every day, and then your right field platoon,
Marsh.
if Castellanos is agreeable to that, is Marsh and Castellanos. Kepler's not here anymore, and that's how Castellanos would be back. And listen, as the right-handed batter, you do not play as much, so you would have 3 basically Crawford would replace Kepler but play every day,
right.
And you would move Marsh over to right field. And then that's how you would do it if Castellanos is agreeable to saying, you know what, at this stage of my career, I am a platoon player, and I'm okay with that. That would be how that would work. Other than that, then you're right. Then I wouldn't see him back here.
I mean, he'd have to agree to it. That's the thing. Is he going to agree to being a platoon guy? Does he think he's a platoon guy? I mean, based off this season, he should. It's not like he shouldn't think he is. Like, he's turning into a platoon player. Like, he's not good enough. He's just not. And he hasn't been good enough. I mean, career lows right now in a lot of different categories. He's got to realize and look himself in the mirror and say, I'm going to make a lot of money next year. I should suck it up for the 1 year at least, then maybe hit the market, have a good year in a contract year, right, as a platoon player, and then get decently paid in the offseason following year. That would be the smart play for Castellanos. But will he play it that way? That's the question. Will he play it that way? Does he still want to play every single day? there's probably going to be a team that would take a flyer on him. There probably would be, but the Phillies would probably have to eat some of that contract if they were to move him.
Yeah, and listen, the Phillies either have to come to terms with we're just getting him out of here, we're paying off a deal, and we're getting nothing in return. It's not like you're trading him and getting something.
You're getting off of him.
Right, you're just getting rid of him to get. So are the Phillies going to say, hey, listen, Nick, we want you here. We got one more year left of this deal, but we want you here as a platoon player in that role, and we hope that you excel in that role.
Yeah, I mean, that's the role he's in now.
That would be it.
Yeah, that would be it. And
I don't see that. Like Nick, let's say that Castellanos will agree to that. Is that really? Do you really want to go down that road again?
I personally would just break ties. I'm just giving you away. Yeah, I'm just giving you away that he could be back here. I would break ties with him. I'd just get rid of him.
But again, you're going down the same road as we are right now.
Well, here's the thing. You want Bader back?
Yes.
Okay. You want Crawford up?
Yes.
Okay. Marsh isn't going anywhere, so
Kepler will be gone.
And you can't play Marsh every day, so you do need a right-handed bat to play right field with Marsh if that's what you're going to do. Move Marsh to right field, which I would imagine you could do that. Marsh can play right field. So your outfield is Bader and Crawford, and then you've got Marsh, and you need a right-handed bat. So do you just say, hey, let's dance with the devil we know, or get rid of him and just bring somebody else in? That would be your option.
And Bader's really kind of been a pleasant surprise. Like, I don't think the Phillies traded for Bader in July thinking that they would keep him past this season, right?
It's a good point.
Bader
I don't know.
kind of playing himself into a contract?
Has he won Dave Dombrowski and the Phillies over to where they pick up the mutual option for $10 million?
Yeah, and I think that's what they expected out of Austin Hayes last year. And obviously, Austin Hayes did not live up to that. He got hurt, the whole thing with the kidney issue, all of that. So that's what I think, thought they were going to get in Austin Hayes. They have gotten that in Bader. They didn't have to give up a ton to get him, taking a flyer on him, add him into the mix, and he has done more than they've asked, right? Like, he's been better than they thought that he would be. I would love to bring a Harrison Bader back, but
yeah,
we'll see what that happens. I mean, there's so many variables heading into the postseason or heading into the offseason. After the postseason, I don't know what this team's going to look like. And I think a lot of it depends on what they do in this postseason. What's the core going to look like? Real Muto, Schwarber, Ranger, Castellanos, a plethora of guys that, what are you going to do with them?
And those guys are the priorities, right?
I would almost wonder if you end up winning the World Series, are you more inclined to break it up and just say, we won, now we can break and try a different incarnation? Because I don't want to bring back the same incarnation. I don't think they're in a tough spot. They want to bring back Schwarber. They want to bring back Real Muto. They want to bring back probably Ranger. But
you're bringing back the same team.
Which guys do you have to bring back?
You're bringing back the same team.
Which guys do you have to bring back where you have no other option?
Well, you can make a case at all three of them. I mean, where you get another catcher, you get another catcher, 1, 2. Ranger Suarez has been awesome for you. I mean, he has been awesome.
Where are you getting 50 home runs from?
And obviously, Kyle Schwarber is one of the top leading candidates to win the MVP of the league. I mean, so you cannot really live without any of these three guys, but you need to change.
Yep, I would not want to be in that position of Dave Dombrowski. It depends what they do this year. Really does.
Now you throw in Bader as a free agent in the mix as well.
Oof, not going to be fun. Not going to be a fun offseason, that's for sure.
That's the Nuggets.
Peace.
He'll be with the locker room tomorrow at 10 a.m. right here on 97.3
Hopefully he doesn't leave early, or else
you should tell Billy. You should tell Billy, hey, I'm feeling a little tired. I'm going to leave the show early today.
I would love to hear that comment.
Let it in. Let him rip.
All right, coming up on the other side, it's a Sal Pal Friday. Sal Paolantonio will join us at 5:10 is what time he is scheduled to call into us. 5:10, Sal Paolantonio with reaction to last night's game. Next. All right, 5 o'clock hour on a Friday. Happy Hour Friday, everybody. What do you have it on a Friday for the games this weekend? Let us know. Hit us on the text board, 609-403-0973. Join the show live at the Fanatics Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. It's a Sal Pal Friday. Sal Paolantonio will join us in 10 minutes for a Sal Pal Friday here on the Bash. Scott Grayson, 5:30 tonight. Grayson's grades, they're up now over at 97.3 ESPN.com.
Oh, I wonder what grade he gave Adoree Jackson. C?
I doubt it.
Okay,
that's
good.
what he gave himself.
That's right.
We got a lot of text messages today, so let's fire off the text board, 609-403-0973, and see what the people have been saying all throughout the show today. Josh, fire them away.
Yeah, we got a lot to get to. I want to start first with Andrew in Delaware. He chimed in earlier to the show, Mike, and he said, Carter's technically already been suspended one game because he didn't play at all in week one. I feel like the punishment right now is enough considering he was the second person to spit in a weird situation that I still don't condone. Either way, fly, Eagles, fly.
I don't know how they're going to look at where the spit happened, meaning the stage of the game, 6 seconds into the game, as opposed to this is in the third quarter of the game. The fact that it happened and he never actually played a snap, are they actually viewing that as punishment? Like, when you spit on someone matters, you still spit on somebody.
Well, I think it's also the context of Dak and his spitting, so there being two spitters and all that stuff.
Are you guys surprised that I have asked multiple people about the context of that, and everybody has said that that doesn't matter in this situation?
I am surprised because I think that for the majority of people, like we have a non-Eagles fan who chimed in the text board. Ron chimed in and says, guys, I'm not an Eagles fan. You can't internally suspend Carter. That's absolutely insane. There shouldn't be any discipline. Dak looked right at him and spat. That's from Ron.
Yeah, I am a little bit of a surprise. The fact that I do think the Dak thing adds another layer to this.
It does. For sure. He was definitely provoked. But, again, this goes back to Jalen Carter. You have to be able to control your emotions and keep yourself in check and don't cross that line. And Carter has crossed that line. And that's very concerning for me.
I like this on the YouTube channel from diehard Eagles fans. Sorry, but Dak deserved it. I'm a woman, and if someone does that to me, you're getting my smoke.
Well, it's funny they said that because James in Delaware chimed in. He says, I think the reaction by fans would be completely different if someone spit on Jalen Hurts and not on Dak Prescott. Jalen Carter had 4 hours to rehearse his speech. I'm not impressed. That's from James in Delaware.
Yeah, the speech part of it, he had 4 hours to rehearse it. I do agree that, like I said earlier, the PR staff probably got to him. But guess what? It doesn't matter. That's life. That's the way things happen. And there are times where people say, hey, you need to apologize, and it seems like they're reading off a script. He seemed genuine. Whether he was told what to say or not, he did seem genuine. I'll give him that.
By the way, I will say I'm impressed the number of people who have texted in at 609-403-0973 just to remind us about Bill Romanowski spitting on J.J. Stokes. Mike, I got over 12 texts of people all recounting. Remember when?
I had people texting my personal phone with the Romanowski. That was 30 years ago, by the way. And as other people have said, like, back in the day, people spit on the offensive line, spit on your hand. That's just part of the nature of playing on the interior of the line, stuff like that. Chris Hernandez.
1997.
Yeah, Chris Hernandez is watching on YouTube. He says, at the game, we couldn't see what happened, and no one knew what happened. ESPN notification is how I found out about what happened. Hurts saved Carter and the Eagles from losing. That was another thing, the confusion of this. So it wasn't apparent what happened until the broadcast showed what happened. But I go back to, how did they not have the other part of it until after the weather delay? That's what's so weird to me.
Yeah, that's where it's kind of like you're almost wondering, like, how did the people in the production booth, like, for example, Mike, it's typically just you and me here most days. We typically are on top of news as it happens here on 97.3 ESPN. How does a production staff of like 20 people not know that something happened?
The only thing I will say is it goes back to, I saw reports coming out that there was 2 people that confirmed that Dak, that there was more involved here, and at that point, maybe they started to look through the tape and see if they could find something.
How do those reports leak, like after that, like during the game, like in real time, and NBC is not all over that, showing what they have footage-wise in real time?
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
I think once those reports came out is when they started to go back through the tape
they were
and
tipped
start
off by that.
Yeah, because I don't know who was the initial report on that.
I don't remember either. I saw multiple people kind of like talking about it. But, Mike, I want to follow up more text before we get to Sal Paolantonio for Sal Pal Friday. Steve in EHT frequently does not agree with you, Mike, but he agrees with you today at 609-403-0973.
My life has been made.
Steve in EHT says, I agree with Mike. The Zach Bond chase down was the most important play of the game last night. If you look at the PFF grades, Bennett was considered elite yesterday, while Jackson was considered bottom of the barrel. Not sure how Jackson won this job in the first place, like starting Aaron Nola over Zach Wheeler in the postseason. That's from Steve in EHT.
The Adoree Jackson thing, I think, is more that he was the veteran player and that Bennett hadn't been here long enough to kind of get it.
Correct.
I think that Bennett will eventually take over that spot. But that shows you how bad Ringo was.
Exactly. And Ringo is a guy who's been in Vic Fangio's system. That's concerning for me.
Yeah.
You're trying to develop this guy, and he didn't take it.
Yeah, and I've said all along, I think Bennett will be the guy who ends up starting.
Yeah, Q Myers told you that a month ago because he said, look, Bennett was a guy who was really good for us last year. Watch out for him. He told you right here, Mike.
Mm-hmm, no doubt. So let that thing evolve. Look, people want to overreact in the first week of the season. Like, I get it. This is like the whole thing. You got to play this guy in July. They'll get it right. They know by the end of the year when you got to play the right guy. They're doing it now. Castellanos isn't playing. You want to bemoan the fact that I told you this in May? They're not going to coach like that in May.
Right.
And just like in week 1 of the NFL season, they'll make the right moves when they have to make the change.
It does make you wonder why they just didn't bring back Slay or Rodgers.
It's a fair question. The Rodgers thing, he got, and Caplan talked about this.
Yeah.
He got a 2-year deal, and I think Philly looked at him as a backup player, not a starting player. And if they don't sign their reserve players to multi-year deals.
Right, and Slay was asking for a certain number. He got it from the Steelers. He wasn't getting it from Philly.
And he was good Slay was good last year.
Yeah, but he wasn't healthy. Rodgers was the guy to bring back. But Philadelphia, like Mike just said, we've heard multiple guys come on the show, Adam Caplan, Jeff Mosher, John McMullen, others say that they didn't view Rodgers as a starter. Minnesota did. They paid.
And the Eagles' philosophy with Howie Roseman is we are not paying a non-starter a multi-year deal.
Correct.
So if you're going to go get a multi-year deal somewhere else, sorry, we're not doing that.
We'll see if they undervalued him then.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bennett will be the guy. From what I saw last night from Bennett, I saw a guy who had very quick closing speed. Is he 100% comfortable with the terminology and the defense? Probably not right this moment. But remember, last year it took 4 weeks into the year before Cooper DeJean got into the lineup.
Real quick, do we get to a point where Mitchell, we saw last night, Mitchell was following CeeDee Lamb around a little bit. Do we get to a point sometimes this season where that's going to happen more?
As I think it was Adam Caplan who told us Mitchell was actually following around Pickens all night long.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he said it was a high percentage of plays that he was following Pickens around.
Yeah,
but
PFF said the same thing last night.
But Vic Fangio said that he will follow guys around
when he has to.
Based on the opponents. Like last night, you had
Correct.
2 good receivers. Some teams, like if you're playing the Giants, he'll probably follow Malik Neighbors around. They don't really have a second guy.
Right.
Although Neighbors didn't practice today.
But he was not on the injury report, so apparently he's cleared to go. So read into that what you will.
Yeah, so like teams like that where they only have like one guy, he probably follows that guy around. Well, last night I was surprised that he followed Pickens around that frequently. Well, it makes sense because CeeDee Lamb had 13 targets. He had, 7 catches for 110 yards.
Yeah.
So,
Mike, I want to squeeze in one more text before we get to Sal Pal, who's coming up in just a moment. LJ in Millville says, if the league believes that Dak intentionally spit in the direction of Carter, which he did, says LJ in Millville.
Dak almost admitted that.
Correct.
He said I did, but just not maliciously.
Right. He said, I think both players should be fined. Carter got his 1-game suspension by being ejected before the first snap. The public embarrassment and a fine should suffice for Carter. That's from LJ in Millville.
I'm with Gil, though. You still spit on a guy. It doesn't matter if it happened in the first quarter or the third quarter.
Yeah, I have a hard time with spitting right on the man's chest. See what Kelsey said about the whole situation?
No.
I can't say it on the radio, but you should look up his tweet on that. I don't know. We'll see what Sal Pal says. I mean,
well, is the spitting that's the worst thing you can do on a football field? I think, aside from obviously.
I don't know if it's the worst thing you can do on the football field, but I think it's just dehumanizing somebody.
Right.
Like in life.
In life.
Forget the football field. Like there's things on the football field that you could probably do that are worse.
Not many though.
Well, I mean, you're on the bottom of those piles. And someone can kind of.
That's like a football. That's in the realm of the game. Right?
Yeah, but there's things that
spitting is not.
There's things at the bottom of the pile though, like that are just like you would hope are off limits.
I don't know. I mean, people always say those piles.
They are. It's a madhouse down there. But that's what I'm saying. Like there are things that go on at the bottom of that pile that are worse than being spit on. I would imagine, but again, not dehumanizing.
Right. Again, that the bottom of the pile is in the realm of the game.
All right, Sal Paolantonio, he's been busy all day. He was just on SportsCenter, and now he's with us right here on the Sports Pass Live on 97.3 ESPN. Sal, you just got a new extension, brand new at ESPN. You will be with the family a little bit while longer, but in all your time in covering the NFL, have you seen a game start the way it did last night?
Paid to cover over 1,000 sporting events, and I've never seen anything like that. That was just wild. First, Ben Van Zimmerman gets hurt, and then we're all focused on him on the ground, and then Spitgate happens, and we were all up in the press box. We're like, "What the heck happened?" Because honestly, we were focused on Sirianni looking at Van Zimmerman, and then we look up at the TV, and we didn't see it until the replay, and then of course. NBC, for some reason, did not show Dak as the instigator until after halftime.
Yeah, after the weather delay, almost. I think it was after the weather delay.
Whatever.
Yeah,
it took them a long time. It took them well over an hour to figure out what happened. And I'm going to guess that when Jalen Carter was in the locker room, this is just an educated guess based on how I know life and experience and how the NFL works. Carter's in the locker room, and he's probably saying to his agent, "Hey, Dak spit first." And the agent goes scrolling through the video or calls NBC, and they go scrolling through the video, and then all of a sudden, voila, you have a second spitter.
It was McDowell.
Yeah, up in the grassy knoll, gravelly knoll. But, we can't really make light of this situation because, I mean, honestly, it was a catastrophe in every respect. I mean, if you would allow me to just how I think, by the way, thank you for having me on my show. It's Sal Pal Friday on the Mike Gill Sports Best Show. I love it. And we're back for another season with Johnny G. I love it. But it's not the way you want to start the season. Not only for, let's start with Jalen Carter, no. Philadelphia Eagles, no. The National Football League, no. The Dallas Cowboys, definitely not. The city of Philadelphia, I mean, the fans who root for the team, I mean, as a person who covers the team, I found it a shameful incident that I didn't even really want to believe happened.
That's exactly. We talked about it. Like there are things that you could do that are worse, on the bottom of a pile or something. I said, but that's dehumanizing somebody. You spit on another human being, and you're thinking, but your point is valid. But so what I saw last night, Sal, on Twitter was there was a report that there were 2 confirmed people that were saying that there was, that Prescott may have indicated, and that's when you're right. NBC might have said, okay, let's go look through it, and they found that, and then they show that. Does that change anything? Does Prescott's role in this change anything?
Oh, absolutely. No, there's no question about it. Prescott was stoking the fires, and he was the instigator. But it doesn't change anything for Jalen Carter. I mean, Jalen Carter is as guilty or worse because he has been fingered before for bad actions. In his first 2 years, he's had 14 penalties, 4 personal fouls, and now he's got a disqualification and ejection before the first snap on national TV in the opener when the banner goes up. I mean, literally, it's an indelible moment. It's the butt fumble for Jalen Carter. It will never go away. And that's unfortunate because Mark Sanchez had an ignominious career in the NFL. And Jalen Carter is a young man who I voted as the Defensive Player of the Year for 2025. That's how much I think of him, who wrecked the Rams' offensive line in the divisional round of the playoffs in the fourth quarter, who destroyed the Washington Commanders' offensive line in the NFC Championship game, who was double-teamed by Steve Spagnuolo in Super Bowl 59 to allow other players to steamroll the Kansas City Chiefs offensive line and torment Patrick Mahomes II. You could make a case that Jalen Carter was the best player in the months of January and February for the Philadelphia Eagles last year on their Super Bowl run. And I thought he was poised to be Defensive Player of the Year. Honestly, I really did. So if you're Defensive Player of the Year, you're Jalen Carter, you're like 23, 24 years old. I'm not exactly sure what his age is, but you're on pace to be Jerome Brown if you live through it and make $100 million and be the highest paid defensive tackle probably in that straight game. And all of that went up in smoke. Now he's got to repair his image, and he's got to repair his image with his team. And, it doesn't really matter, Mike. And I'm rolling here. Stop me when you want to. It doesn't really matter what the NFL does or doesn't do. I don't think Jalen Carter should be suspended. I'm on the record saying that. I said that on Dan Patrick this morning. He's already time served. He's missed a game. It's time. See, heavy fine, absolutely. I don't think he should be, especially because Dak Prescott was the instigator. And Prescott should be fined too, and I'm guaranteeing you he will be fined. Okay. So I guarantee you he'll be fined.
Well,
for sure.
Here's a question the NFL, you're saying.
But let me go back to what I was going to say about Jalen Carter. So, and this is a really important point. It doesn't matter what the league does. It matters what the Eagles and Jalen Carter do next. They must get together and get him right. Nick Sirianni, Howie Roseman, Jeffrey Lurie, the Brain Trust, the coaches, the leadership council of the team, Jalen Hurts, Lane Johnson, Jordan Mailata, and Saquon Barkley, the 4 players who addressed the team prior to Super Bowl 59. They're the heart and soul and leaders of the team. Notice how I didn't mention anybody on defense. Slay was the captain on defense in many ways, and he's gone. He was a real mentor to a lot of the young players, and he's gone. There's nobody really on the defense that can speak up with any kind of authority. So it's got to be the leadership council, the coaches, the front office, the head coach, his agent. They all got to say to him, listen, you're about to throw away your career and a lot of money. I mean, you're about to throw away the kind of wealth that changes your family for generations. Think about that, Mike. We're not talking about a pay.
Think about Milton Williams, what he just got paid, and you're thinking to yourself, if that's what Milton Williams just got, what can I get?
We're talking about generational wealth.
Yeah.
We're talking about homes in Montana and Scottsdale and Ocean City. I mean, we're talking about generational wealth. You set up your family for generations with that kind of wealth. Do you really this is the conversation that has to happen nose to nose with this young man and get him to respond to it.
I was going to bring up the point. You brought it up before I got to ask you, which is how should the Eagles discipline? If the NFL says, look, you sat out the game, we're okay, we're moving on. Do the Eagles need to step in here? Now, we asked that question. 80% of our listeners have voted and said it's over with. 15% said you should suspend him for a game or two. Do the Eagles?
No. Don't suspend. No, absolutely no suspension. Okay. I don't think they should, quote unquote, discipline him. What I think they should do is try to reach him. have a come to Jesus moment with him.
Now,
Players, coaches in front office, and counsel him, because he's got to understand it's bigger than him. It's his family. It's his team. It's his legacy. Right now, his legacy is butt fumble. He spat on Dak Prescott on national TV and got ejected before the snap of the game in which the banner went up. He soiled that whole thing. So he's got to realize just how bad it was and how it can't happen again. So no, I am not in favor of a suspension by anybody. And I think he was contrite enough. He was. And he was definitely a co-conspirator with Dak Prescott. But he was ejected, and what we saw on national TV cannot stand. It can't be the symbol of the Eagles.
Sal Paolantonio is with us, ESPN. Of course, he was all over the game last night. You just said something in that expository there, which was
sorry about that.
The defense, the young defense. Somebody said, well, how come someone didn't go grab him? What was he doing? They don't have that guy. That guy's not here anymore, right? They don't have that veteran guy to go police Jalen Carter every year.
Right, he needs to be policed. It's got to come from within. Absolutely, you're right. You got to grab him by the collar and pull him back. And Mike, let me ask you a question. You're always asking me a question, and I want an honest answer from you. Do you think the Eagles are going back to the Super Bowl without Jalen Carter?
There's 1,000% no. Not even a question, right? It's not happening. If Jalen Carter's not out there, and we saw it last night, Sal, the fallout of him not being on the field in the first half was Dallas had their way with them.
Right, and everybody's talking about how bad the pass rushers are. The pass rushers aren't bad. The pass rushers.
They just signed a new one about 10 minutes ago. So I don't know if they thought that they needed something. Zadarius Smith, by the way, for the people just tuning in.
Yeah, he can play.
Yep.
He can play. But what made the pass rush go?
I agree with you here.
In the final 5 weeks of the season, it was the defensive tackle play of Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter and other people. And other players. The pass rush comes from the inside out. Listen, in many respects, Jerry Jones was right. And I have talked to you about this. Because of the revolution in the game from the running back position, and because the shortest route to the quarterback is up the middle, the Eagles proved that last year. Defensive tackles are at a higher premium. There's a reason why Howie Roseman didn't go out and get a guy and pay him big money. But not obviously he tried to trade for, Micah Parsons, which wasn't happening. But, that was sort of pie in the sky. But that move, as I said to you Thursday, gosh, it seems like a lifetime ago, yesterday, his attempt to get Micah Parsons was as much as anything an indication of what he thought of his pass rushers.
And then you take Jalen Carter off the field, no more double teams in the middle, more attention on the guys on the edge.
It has a trickle-down effect.
Absolutely.
Jalen Carter is Aaron Donald. He's that good.
Oh, listen. It changed, and Dallas took advantage of it early. I give Philly credit for kind of adjusting in the second half and settling into the game. But I'll ask you this question. Do they have a problem with number 8 in the secondary, or is this a 1 week thing, or do you look at Adoree Jackson, and say they got to upgrade that spot?
Well, he had a rough night, but he was also facing CeeDee Lamb, and I didn't like the plan. I thought the plan should have been Cooper DeJean traveling with CeeDee Lamb, just like he did with Jamar Chase. And that's something we talked about yesterday, too, on the air. I actually was wrong. I said to you, I thought the plan was going to be Cooper DeJean on CeeDee Lamb, and that's the adjustment they did wind up making. They made that adjustment. That's the one they made in the second half. They brought in Ja'Cory Bennett, but it was Cooper DeJean having a greater role on CeeDee Lamb. Well, CeeDee Lamb's a top 3 wide receiver in the National Football League, so everybody's going to have trouble. But a guy who's in a new system, who's had unique problems in the NFL before, it all ended up to being a perfect storm. But they made the adjustments, and credit goes to that, and they won the game. But Mike, they also won the game because CeeDee Lamb couldn't catch 2 footballs in the fourth quarter.
Hey, those drops, we would be having a lot different conversation here. And there's one other thing I want to get your take on is last year, late in the game, that offensive line would take over and Barkley would run that game out. They couldn't get it done last night.
I don't know what that's about. I got to look at that. Honestly, I don't have an answer for you on that right away.
All right, man. Well, I know you're busy. Thanks for giving us a little bit of time here on the
Michael, what a couple of 2 days we've had, man.
Well, you don't normally become the lead dog in the week when someone spits on another person.
At least he's not in Brazil.
In the game, right? Usually it's something that happened in the game, not a spitting incident to turn this game on its head. But it did, and the Eagles persevered on the other side. They're 1-0. But
give credit. We haven't talked about it, but we talked about it yesterday when I said that Jalen Hurts was the key, and his ability to be resilient and adaptable is phenomenal. And Mike, I'm going to just say it right now. He's a top 3 quarterback in the NFL right now. He doesn't put up monster passing numbers, but that's not the point. The point is he can get first downs with his arm and with his legs, and he can grind it into the end zone. His first three drives, and the team was on its psychological ear because they lost their best player for a spitting incident. The first 3 drives got into the end zone. I mean, if I'm Jalen Carter, I walk across the locker room, and their lockers are pretty far apart in the locker room as far as you could possibly get. I walk across with my checkbook, and I say, well, listen, I'm writing a check to the NFL, but while I'm at it, what's your number one charity? And I'll write a check to that number one charity because you saved me from being the focal point of an Eagles loss in a game that they were favored by 8.5 points. Because we would be having a different conversation if Jalen Hurts did not save the day. Jalen Hurts saved the day.
6 for 6, 78 yards, 7 carries for 32 yards and a touchdown, all on 3rd down. So the money down.
Whoa. What was that? I didn't know that number. 6 for 6. Go ahead.
6 for 6, 78 yards, 7 carries for 32 yards and a touchdown on 3rd down.
I'm using that on the NFL. You will hear that on the NFL matchup show. I guarantee you.
That's the money.
And Mike, that's 2 days in a row now you brought stats to me. What's going on here?
I'm trying to do more research these days. I'm getting old.
What's going on? What's going on here, Michael?
All right.
What's going on here, brother? What's going on here? Listen, I'll talk to you next week, next Friday at 5 p.m. Thanks to Johnny G and the Grinder team in Ocean City, New Jersey. Burger Realty for supporting your show. I appreciate it, being on the show, Michael. I do. What a wild night it was. You know, I was at the link for almost 20 hours.
That's I'm just thinking about that as you're saying.
That's a new world record. That's a new world record, Michael.
You told us about hey, by the way, at least you're not in Brazil.
Well, I guess, yeah. I gotta pick. Yeah, I gotta pick my alternative. I'm not in Brazil, but I was in South Philadelphia in the madness and the mayhem for 20 hours.
All right, great stuff. Sal Paolantonio, ESPN. This is a great start to the season. We'll look at the Chiefs next week. Thanks, man.
All right, bye.
There's Sal Pal. Sal Pal Friday.
How about Sal Pal? 20 hours at the timer, and those guys couldn't even last the whole game.
Let's grade it when we come back. Grayson's grades are next here on the Sports Bash Live at Fanatics Sportsbook. Scott Grayson has his grades up right now at 97.3ESPN.com. We'll hit them next here on the Bash. All right, welcome back. Fanatics Sportsbook is where we are. Grayson's grades are up right now at 97.3 ESPN.com. They're brought to you by the Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight for the end zone at Bridgeton Auto Mall. Scott Grayson from Fox 29 and Grayson's grades over at 97.3 ESPN.com. Grades the Eagles after every game, and he has the grades up right now on 97.3 ESPN.com. Well, I would imagine you start with the worst grade of them all, and that is an F, and that was Jalen Carter last night. He never even got a snap, Scott Grayson, but you gave him an F, and this is just an egregious mistake by him, and you wonder what the fallout is, but an F for Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I really probably should have given him an in-school suspension because that's kind of what he got. I mean, that there's just – I know you've probably been talking about it all day. There's just no excuse for this. And frankly, I think that other players around the league took notice of this. I think they've been taking notice of his behavior over the past couple of years, over last year especially. He's susceptible to be baited into, personal fouls, unsportsmanlike conduct penalties. The referees know it. He's got that reputation. And Dak Prescott, frankly, baited him into this, and it ended up changing the game entirely. If the Eagles lost that game, it falls squarely on Jalen Carter. And I'm really curious to see the fallout over the next few days. Now, they got a couple days off with the extra mini bye week here, but around the facility, and I'd be curious to know, and I doubt we'll find out. But in some ways we might hear. But I think at the very least, he needs to be put in front of the team for an apology for actually sabotaging the entire game plan. Vic Fangio had to scrap it and go with something entirely different than what he planned. And so I think he's got to take full accountability for this. I think he started to yesterday after the game. He did some of the right things. But I think this is going to take some things, and I think the captains on this team need to get in front of him and make sure he understands. They're going to bait you into this. Every team is going to try to get you to draw a penalty. And if they can get 2 unsportsmanlike conducts on you, you're automatically gone.
Right. I mean, and how much, the big picture here, he is the centerpiece of this defense, and he's going to be coming up for a contract extension soon. Do the Eagles have to think about long and hard? You said something that sticks out, too, which is, after the game, he did face the music. He did answer the questions, and I thought for the most part, I'm sure he was coached what to say, but it came off genuine for the most part. It didn't come off like he was rehearsing or whatever. He felt like, because he could have said, no, it was that guy. He started it. He said, no, it was on me. He said all the right things, and it came off genuine. So is that enough that the Eagles now, do you think they will discipline him?
Like I said, I think that at the very least they'll put him in front of the team for an apology. I think Nick should not start him in the next game. I don't think you want to go and hurt the team by sitting him even more. He sat out an entire game already. I would just, give him no. He's not a starter in that game against the Chiefs, in my opinion. But then he comes in at some point in the first quarter. Maybe he misses the first series, but I think that's as far as But the league's going to get involved too, Mike. I mean, I'd be shocked if he doesn't get a fine. I don't think he should get suspended at all. I think that a fine would be enough from the league, and a suspension is not warranted here. He already missed a game, but this goes in your file. And if you do something like this again, you're going to get smacked with a suspension from the league. I think there's definitely something from the discipline here that the league will do, and I think the team will handle things internally in their own way.
All right, let's get to some more grades here. PG, you're wondering what grade he gave Adoree Jackson.
Yes.
Well, it was a D.
So that's worse.
Is that sufficient for you?
Yes, I'll
D.
take that over what Adoree Jackson gave himself.
Gave him a D.
Yeah, he just – listen, one thing drives me crazy, and it's when you give way too much cushion. And I think that the Cowboys are picking on him. I would have if I were Dak Prescott. You got to show me that you can cover. And I thought the cushion was too much. He wasn't closing down on receivers quick enough. And then the Eagles obviously went to as far as, even though when he came out of the injury tent, he stayed on the sideline. They had seen kind of enough at that point. Now, that's not to say that they can't coach him up a little bit more to be better off, and Vic's got to get him used to his system. We saw some of this last year with guys. I mean, I felt like early on last year, there were times that there was a little bit too much cushion. The tackling was bad. The defense with Vic Fangio does seem to start small, and then as he gains confidence in guys, the playbook expands. But Adoree Jackson, to me, he was not he just didn't look like he was quite ready for last night's stage.
All right, Adoree Jackson gets a D. Let's go to the grades and see what else. They were the Fs, they were the Ds. Let's go to the middle of the road. You weren't really all that thrilled with the coaching staff last night. Patula, Sirianni, and Fangio all got Cs.
Well, Fangio, I think you got to take with a grain of salt. Let's say grade on a curve, and in this case I didn't, but I think it could have given him a B in the sense that his defense played well, minus arguably their best player. He had a game plan, and like I said before, it got thrown out the moment that Jalen Carter spit on Dak Prescott. And everybody else had to pick up the slack. That being said, I thought Vic's defense kind of did all – they made the plays they had to when they had to be made, especially in that second half. But it was hard to watch that first half. Up and down the field, the Cowboys were going. Very little pressure on Dak Prescott. And that offensive line for the Cowboys kind of stinks. I mean – And they really couldn't generate that pressure. And I think that's in large part because Jalen Carter wasn't there to do what he was expected to do, take up some bodies and let everybody else be able to get to that quarterback. Kevin Patullo, you can't go to the fourth quarter with your best receiver getting a target. That can't happen. I think you've got to get him involved early in the game by some designed pass play, and then you can kind of go away from if that's what it dictates. But you can't go that long. Devontae Smith, one catch, too. I mean, there's certain things in there I think you have to put in that you need to see, almost like you're baking, right? There's some ingredients I got to see when I get to the end of this thing for it to look good, and that is I got to have Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown a couple of targets early in the game, in my opinion. So that's where I knock Patullo. But I also, we'll get to it when we talk. I'll table this and I'll come back to that when you ask me about Jalen Hurts. As far as Nick Sirianni, there was a lot of emotion in his players, and I get that. There's a fine line you got to ride here between, getting up and getting excited and getting, animated and ready to play a game and before, going too far. And these guys have to know taunting is a point of emphasis. That is always made clear. Whatever the points of emphasis are, they're told to these teams going into training camp. So Nolan Smith had to know that was a point of emphasis. Now, did I think what he did was overall really bad taunting? No, I don't think it should have been a flag. But these guys, every one of these flags just extended and made the Cowboys' job so much easier. And I thought there were quite a few of them that were unnecessary. And I point to Nick and I say, you got to have your guys under control, ready to play, but playing under control. And I think that goes to a very young team that isn't quite as mature as last year's was with some of the veterans that were there. And they've got to find that. 9
penalties for 110 yards last night. For Philadelphia. Conversely, just 4 for 42 for Dallas. And Dallas has been known over the years to be pretty undisciplined. Last night it was Philadelphia that was undisciplined. Offensive line, you gave them a C as well, which I don't think is wrong. I've been talking about it all day. They could not run the game out last night. They usually impose their will and just wear you down, and then Barkley would just take over in the fourth quarter. That did not happen last night.
No, it didn't happen last night. And I think part of the reason is the line, getting used to Tyler Steen in there, and then Landon Dickerson, as you said, running the clock out. He wasn't in there at that point. So the line wasn't quite the same cohesive unit they're used to having there. So I also think part of it was Jalen Hurts. I just don't think he was giving them enough time to make blocks. I feel like Jalen every year at the beginning of a season doesn't entirely trust certain guys on his line until they show him he can. And then he'll start trusting them to stay in the pocket longer. He got out of that pocket, I thought, awful quick at times. So some of those pass plays that were there that may have been called, that could have been targets for AJ or Devontae, weren't there because he was taking his eyes off. If you watch, you see he drops back, he hits his spot. He's looking at 1, maybe 2 receivers quickly. And then you can almost see his eyes come down, and he's scanning where his offensive linemen are. And I don't think he ever looked back up at receivers most of the time. He was looking for his route to get out of there. And that being said, I thought he did okay running the ball, but I think there were some pass opportunities that he gave up on a little quickly. And so it gave off a little bit of the illusion that the offensive line wasn't blocking as well. But as you pointed out, Mike, they definitely need to shore up some of that run blocking. And again, when you don't play in the preseason and face live bullets, some of these things with timing and things like that are going to be off. And I expect them to fix it after they go over some film and they get into it next week against the Chiefs.
All right. By the way, B's for Quinyon Mitchell and Saquon Barkley. Both those guys pretty good games. Did get a couple A's. Let's get to Jalen Hurts because I know he had a big factor in the game last night. Third down, he was perfect on third down. Had some big third down runs in the game last night. This was vintage Jalen Hurts, maybe one of the best versions of him we've seen.
Yeah, a lot of things I liked in the sense that he found room. He used his legs the way he could. And most importantly, Mike, he got down when he got enough. And I thought that was something he needed to do in the past that he didn't always do, which was get down, take the big gain, and go and fight another down without having to take a hit. And when he had to, he dove for that pylon in the end zone. I thought he read the Cowboys defense very well when it came time to run. So Jalen Hurts, the runner, I thought did very well. Like I said, I just thought he took his eyes off downfield a little quickly. I expect some of that will be cleaned up, and they'll certainly work on expanding some of that passing game by getting him to be comfortable in the pocket. But that will come as he gets more familiar with some of the members of that line that he's not used to. But overall, Mike, as you said, I thought it was a really good showing for Jalen Hurts. And when he had to, he was able to keep his offense on the field and kneel that clock out.
Grayson's Grades are brought to you by Bridgeton Auto Mall. Are you ready to score your next big drive? Head straight to the end zone at Bridgeton Auto Mall. We'll have grades up for the Eagles and the Chiefs next week. Another big one. Very difficult schedule this year. They get by the first test. The Cowboys, they'll play the Chiefs next Sunday at 4:25. You can hear that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Check out Scott Grayson on Fox 29. And, of course, check out the Grayson's Grades over at 97.3ESPN.com after every Eagles game. All right, Scott. See you, buddy.
All right, you got it, Mike. Take care.
Another season of Grayson's Grades starts today, and, of course, it ends in the Super Bowl. We'll be at Super Bowl 60, I guess, what we got coming up here. Is it 60 or 61?
60.
Is it 60 coming up? Yep. Sports Bash Live at the Fanatics Sportsbook. We got plenty more to go. Picks on the other side. We'll get the six-pack of picks. Close out the day. Next, right here on the Sports Bash. By the way, Rob Thompson was asked. He said Nick Castellanos would be an option as a pinch hitter in games he doesn't start. Yesterday, he was ready to go if needed. He was asked if he would hit against a right-handed reliever in games he starts. Thompson says, I doubt it. I doubt it. Oof. Poor Casty. Now I'm starting to feel bad for the guy.
No, you're not.
Come on. We'll close out the show next. All right, 5:54, getting ready to get out of here at the Fanatics Sportsbook. Thanks to Fanatics Sportsbook. We're going to be here on Monday, too, there, PG.
Recapping a whole hell of a lot of games.
You think by Monday we'll have some fallout from this Jalen Carter, or is it over?
Well, Sirianni said last night that we won't know what they do. They handle that stuff in-house. So
That's right.
Probably not.
Well, right now over at 973 ESPN, 79% say it's over with. 15% say suspend him for a game or two. About 6% say suspend him for 3 games or longer. We'll see what ends up happening there. All right, quick 6-pack of picks. A couple picks for the weekend here. Ready?
Got a little Brazil game for us tonight?
James Madison, plus 14. Oklahoma, number 5, minus 5.
That's where
You're right over there.
game day's there this tomorrow.
Yeah, it's Michigan.
Oklahoma. Yeah.
Everybody's loving Bryce Underwood there. You know, it's like the second coming, but I like Oklahoma tomorrow. What was my other one? Iowa State. Iowa State.
Okay.
What did I do with my? I sent him into the pick game.
Cyclones.
Iowa State. Yes, that is correct. That is tomorrow, Mike Gill.
I'm trying to find the number.
The over/under.
There it is. No, Iowa State minus 3.5.
Ah, okay.
Yes. There you go. What do you got?
I got over 41.5 in Iowa State. I don't think these teams play as good as defense they used to. Also, guys, I'm going to go a little Mike Gill on you guys. Kennesaw State plus 35.5 at Indiana. Indiana struggled to score against Old Dominion last week. Now they go against a Kennesaw State team that held Wake Forest to 10 points last weekend. So give me 35.5 Kennesaw State. And then finally, I'm going to go a little NFL for you boys. Mike Gill's going to shake his head at this one, but I'm still going to give it anyway. Cardinals team total over 24.5 at New Orleans. I think New Orleans stinks.
Yeah, they do.
That's a deep cut right there. That's a degenerate gamble right there, Josh.
Get Navy team total over this week. You want to go that way?
I'll go Chargers tonight, plus 3.
Ooh, you like the
Chargers
plus
too.
3.
I like the Chargers tonight, too. They're a home dog.
Well, Brazilian dog.
Yep.
Is that like a new food?
That's true. And they don't have much of a home field advantage either.
We'll see how that turf does tonight. Remember last year, Eagles-Packers? See if they fixed it.
All right, big show today. Thanks to everybody who listened, texted in, joined in. Got a plethora of text messages we did not get to, but we'll use a lot of these on Monday, right? I mean, these will still be fresh on Monday because the Eagles won't have played, so we'll do all that coming up here on the Sports Bash. We'll be back here on Monday live at the Fanatics Sportsbook, which, by the way, it is a Friday night here, and it is jumping.
There's a lot of money in here right now.
It's already ready to go for the weekend. Have a great one, everybody.